Thank the rest of our sponsors, Simplified, the Chen Institute, Canva, UiPath, Best Ever, Beautiful AI, thank you very much, One Shot AI, CodeFrame, Hyperbound, CodeRabbit, CodeFlare, Pharos, AirTrain AI, MongoDB, FreePick, AnyScale, OpenArt, SuperCMO, and Buzzy. I'd also like to thank our community partners, Developer Week, Design Buddies, Silicon Valley Generative AI, AI Tidbits, SF Bay ACM chapter, and Women Who Code. Thank you very much for that. And finally, a quick orientation. If this is your first day here, you know this is a 3-day conference, but this is the main stage. All the presentations will occur right here, so you're in the right place for that. Beyond that, there's a workshop here. At 9 o'clock, our first workshop begins. That'll be Simplified, KD. So go see KD with Simplified if you want to do that workshop. Otherwise, remain here for the main stage. If you're a Pro Pass holder, you can go down to the basement and the second floors. The basement is workshops 1 and 2. So the best way to follow the agenda today is AIuserconference.com. It's the most up-to-date. Don't look at Eventbrite for that purpose. And yeah, take a look. So that's workshop 3. Downstairs, you have workshops 1 and 2, and this is main stage. So you can sort all that on AIuserconference.com. And with that being said, I'd like to introduce our first speaker and get things kicked off, Alex Ambrosiak. Alex is the Senior Creative Producer, Content Strategy at Shutterstock. I hope you're as excited as I am. Here is Alex.
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone? Doing well? All right. Welcome to Empower Your Digital Creativity with Shutterstock AI. My name is Alex Ambrosiak. I'm a producer on the creative strategy team at Shutterstock. I'm a 25-year creative agency veteran, and for a large part of that, I was a freelancer. And because of that, I was always looking for ways to have edge over my competition. That means that I often embrace new technologies as they emerged. That meant I went from being a web and graphic designer in the 1990s to really getting into Flash when that arrived. And then I started bringing in motion design elements into my Flash sites, again, to give it a bit of an edge. And then before I knew it, I was a fully fledged motion designer by the mid-2000s, before I even knew what motion design, that it was even called motion design. And then from there, I naturally got into 3D, VFX, video editing, and then more recently, Unreal, and of course, generative AI. I help anyone within the company that needs it. Often that comes from marketing or sales, but quite often that comes from Shutterstock Studios, which is our agency division. And with them, I've had the pleasure of working with some of the world's biggest brands. More than anything, I'm an idea guy. I'm a concept guy. I love getting a brief and then finding creative and playful ways to work within a company's branding. And speaking of branding, I've done quite a lot of it for many companies, including Shutterstock. Now, do you see the dragon in the bottom right there? That's my youngest's idea. He made me promise to tell you that was his. These are all products that we've launched with Shutterstock. These are all from our VFX line called Shutterstock Elements. We went out and shot 60-foot explosions, muzzle flashes from guns, smoke, ice, lens flares, you name it. We shot it all organic, no CGI. Now, like many of you, I've been aware of AI for quite some time, and to me, it's always been like some sort of abstract danger, like an asteroid on the outside of the solar system. It's fine as long as it doesn't come anywhere near us. But about 2 years ago, it well and truly impacted Earth. And I'll be honest, when I first started using generative AI tools, I had a moment of existential dread where I could see the entire laptop latte middle class being completely wiped out. And that might still happen, but the more that I use these tools, the more my thinking went from this to something more along the lines of this, which is really about embracing the fact that change is inevitable. And then from that, really now, these days, my thinking is much more like this, which is, hold on a minute, this technology is absolutely incredible. Without a doubt, it's completely changed the way that I work. And in many ways, I think we're in the position that our parents were when the internet arrived. Everything is changing as we watch. I'd like to thank Ramin Nazar for allowing me to use his artwork. You can find it at rainbowbrainskull.com. Now, let me ask you a question. As designers, why are we really here? Now, I ask that both in the grand philosophical sense, but I also mean, like, why are you sitting here today? I think that at some point, like me, you stumbled upon and fell in love with the creative flow state. Now, we all know what that is. That's where the world disappears. Friends who are musicians, my sister's a copywriter, and they all describe the same thing. And in many ways, I think this is what actually makes us human. Crabs get claws, scorpions get stingers. We get the ability to take something from our mind and put it out into the real world. And this is what I'm always looking for, no matter what medium I'm working in, this is what I'm going for. In 2022, Shutterstock was getting ready to launch its own image generator platform, and as is pretty typical, the marketing team came to me and said, we're making a blog post and we need some images for it. And I said, like, how many do you need? They said around 400. I said, okay, but in how long? They said, by the end of the week. I was like, all right. And the reason for that is because I know from experience that the best way to learn how to do anything is just being thrown in the deep end and learning how to swim. And then to my pleasant surprise, I found that my tried, tested, and true design process was working with prompting. And by that, of course, I mean you get a brief, you gather references, you incubate on those ideas. I like to go for a run, take a shower, think about it. And then you try those ideas out and experiment, and quite often they don't work. And if you're a designer, you know exactly what this feels like. The doubt starts to set in. The voices in your head start to say things like, maybe the muse has abandoned you. Maybe you've been a fraud this whole time. But then as long as you stick with it and keep the faith, the clouds will part, the sun will shine, and then you see the pathway to completion. And that's really why I do this. This is my favorite moment, the breakthrough, and it clicks. And then it's just about refining and adjustment. Also, to my pleasant surprise, as I was going along, I found that everything from my career history, from photography, 3D, lighting, texturing, color grading, even things like art history and film history, were all working with prompting. It was like I didn't even have to learn it, and I was like, wow, okay. And it was about then I remember looking down at the clock to see what time it was, and it was midnight, and I realized that time had just dissolved and gone away, and that's when I realized that prompting is a creative flow state. And when I realized that, that was it. The handbrake was off. I was absolutely all in. It also made me realize something else that I like to call the generative AI paradox, which is that creators with the most to lose to AI, like people like me and like many of you, are actually the best qualified to use it. Which also means that we have the most to gain by embracing this new technology. It's a strange situation we find ourselves in, yet here we are. Now, I said that prompting is a design process. Well, what about prompting as a design process? Well, this is my process, and this has been tried and true for me for about the last 18 months. I like to start by thinking about the composition and perhaps the camera position. And then I like to add small incremental design changes bit by bit. And I'm very careful to generate every single time I change something because I want to see how the AI is reflecting that. We're herding cats here, and the only way to herd cats is definitely one cat. A word or term appears within the prompt early on, and the system will weight it heavily, and vice versa. Reinforcement means photography or 3D lighting is absolutely essential. It sets the tone, it sets the mood, it sets everything, and I'll often change that many, many times during a session. And then one of the advantages of using our system is that you can go to our regular website and change from searching image, video, or vector, and you can change it to generative AI. And then you can see anything that was made based on your search, previous generations, and you can take pieces of the prompts that were used to make that, because we include the prompt with every single image. So then you can take pieces of that, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. And then, of course, refinement. Now, by now, we've all seen the most amazing, spectacular, awesome AI images. And that's great if that's your hobby and you can make anything. But it's all games until you really have to deliver something to a brief, to a branding. And that's exactly what we do at Shutterstock Studios. And what you see here is all exactly that. And the way that this is done is by the exact process that I described. We build prompts up from the bottom up, being very careful to make sure that they're nice and reliable. We go for reliable, stable, detailed prompts that we can reuse and template by controlling a few variables. And what that looks like is something like this. Anything you see in color is a variable. Of course, it's a prompt, so everything is a variable. But what we like to do is lock it down to just a few of them. So if we take the image in the top left here as an example, we could say, young white woman with blue hair, cute 3D cartoon character. Now that's what I mean by priority. By putting that early on in the prompt, we're letting it know that we don't want to have photographs proportionate. So I had to add large cartoon eyes. That was also working, but they were a little bit unstable. So I added the term perfect eyes, and that helped to stabilize the prompt. And this is what I mean by reinforcement. Sometimes you have to reiterate something a few times. Wearing white blouse, gradient orange background smiling. Now the word smiling is bang in the middle of the prompt, and again this is about 3D render. These are further forms of refinement to really lock down the prompt. The more detailed the prompt is, the more stable it will be and more reliable to reuse. But when I added the term 3D render, everything got a little too glossy and shiny, a little bit like the eyes. So I lent on my 3D background and I added the term ambient occlusion, and that helped to rough everything out and add nice shadowing. Cute, ultra-realistic video game avatar, further refinement, really lock in the prompt. And then, as I said, lighting, absolutely essential. Warm overhead lighting sets the tone to be consistent, and as you can see, the light angle coming down to the top of the head and the shadowing. And this is what it looks like in the real world. These are characters that we built for a mobile game, and we did it using this prompt. You can see it's nice and detailed and reliable. And then all we have to do is change a couple of words, and then we get another character that looks different in the lapel, and then we can even set nice and consistent posing. These are all examples of material that were made for games that's using that exact process. These are backgrounds, level design, concepting, and as you can see, everything here is nice and consistent, and that's because the prompts are stable and reusable. Now, of course, we're not limited to illustration, and in one of the ways that I find that AI really outshines other mediums is its scalability. And we like to say, whether you need 5 or 5,000 images, we have it covered. For this project, what we did was we went into a lot of detail about the room, the lighting, and then once we had that really locked down, all we had to do was describe different camera positions and food, and then we could roll out all these different images. This is a good example of what clients are coming to us for. In this case, it was a cosmetics company that wanted to be able to place its product within a scene. And every single time that I'm prompting, some new challenge arises. But I like to look at it like a puzzle. In this case, it is, how do you have a wide open space big enough to place a product and have the camera point at it? And the thing is, it's a little bit more difficult than you think because there's really nothing for the AI to know. You can't tell it, like, please focus camera on empty space. It doesn't work. The solution to this that I found was you go into a lot of detail about the surface that it's on, in this case, reflective marble, and then describe out the background after that. And then this is how we insert the 3D digital twins. We generate the backgrounds, and then we composite in 3D models for it, and we can scale this up to as many as a client needs. Here's another real-world example for a major cosmetics company. The challenge here was that we had to match both their summer and winter branding, and this was done without any custom model training, anything like that. This was done using a design process of building it from the bottom up, using prompts only, everything you can see there, even down to the gold trim and the ribbons. Now, the other way that I find AI really, really outshines other mediums is ideation. If you work in 3D, at some point you've accidentally moved the light or changed its temperature and got a different look and been inspired. Or if you're a graphic designer, you've changed the font by accident and been like, oh, hold on a second. And what do we call that? We call those happy accidents. And if you're lucky in that world, you might get this once or twice a day. Well, with AI, it's happening all the time. And I call it happy accidents in overdrive. And then when you get used to this and you know it's going to do this to you, you get in a bit of a human AI feedback loop going back and forth. I included this because this is exactly what happened. I was doing a demo for a client, and I was going for the image in the bottom middle there. And then one of the images that it generated was the one to the left of it, which wasn't exactly what I was going for, but I was like, hold on a second, I like this concept. And then using that, I made all the others based on that, the results from that prompt. Here's another example of something a client wanted. In this case, they wanted hundreds of images with almost impossible hairstyles and colors. Now, typically, if someone comes to us and they want to have people, we recommend that we do a full photo shoot with models. But in this case, because of the volume and the brief, we realized that AI was the right way to go, because to hire this many models, colorists, hairstylists, photographers, this project just basically never would have happened. It would have been too cost prohibitive. So AI was the perfect solution for this. Here's some examples we made for a fabric company. What they wanted to do was have certain patterns and then be able to ideate colors through them. So we set them up prompts with variables, and then all you have to do is change the colors, and you can see it right away. I included the ball there because happy accidents, who doesn't love those? Coming from a video background, storyboarding is a huge part of what I do, and I'll be honest, I never enjoyed it. And it's not so much the storyboarding itself, it's because we would lock in with the client, the storyboard, we'd get it locked down, we'd go into production, and then inevitably I'd get into my creative flow state, get into production, and start coming up with new ideas as I was going, but it's too late. Everything's already locked in the storyboard, and I always found that super frustrating. Now with AI, what we do is we do the whole process. We do art direction, ideation, storyboarding, all at the same time, and that's completely changed the way I work. And everything you see here are examples of storyboards and style frames using that exact process. And here's one in the real world. This is for a piece we're doing. Here, we start in the top left. The sun is shining through the trees. The wind starts to pick up. The leaves start to blow off the trees. They all start to form into a kind of a ball. It sort of shatters, pulls away, and we have a young tree. The camera pulls back, and there's a space to place the product that's made of all natural ingredients, which is ironic that we're using AI to say that. But as you can see, the colors here are all nice and consistent. We can control it. We can artboard it. We can do everything with it. And then we can run some very simple animatic tests for proof of concepting to see, like, yeah, this is definitely going to work. This would have taken days and days to do before AI. Now we can do this in a matter of hours, and it's completely changed everything. One of the other advantages of working with Shutterstock is that we're running simultaneous models at the same time. Because of our partnerships with OpenAI and Google, we have our own versions of DALL-E and Imagen. And this is from a demo I did for a shoe company, and I just took the same prompt and ran it a whole bunch of times. And you can see that it did everything from black and white to photoreal to stylized to so heavily stylized that it's illustrative. There's no right or wrong. It really just depends on what you or your client is looking for. And here's an example of a prompt. You can try this yourself on our system, and these are results that I got from it. The two images on the left are DALL-E-based, and you can see they're a little bit more stylized. The ones on the right are Imagen-based, and they have a little bit more of a minimal look. I like them all, but I think I prefer the more stylized ones on the left. Here again, we have another example. This is the prompts that I used. Now, the two images on the left, this time I find a little too stylized, whereas I prefer the ones on the right. So that's great in theory, but what about in practice? Well, this is it. This is the Shutterstock image generator. This is a video I captured, and I've sped it up by about 30 times, and I've cut out the image processing time, which is typically about 20 seconds a time. And I'm building a prompt from the bottom up, being sure to generate every single time that I make any sort of changes, as you can see, because I want to be able to control for what it is. I'm going more and more detail, more design choices. Here, I put the term golden hour because I want to add that kind of golden kind of sunlight. It was a little too strong there. And here I'm saving a couple of generations because sometimes the prompting goes way off track and I need to roll back and come back to it. It's about here that I realized that just adding the term backpack wasn't enough to have the subject face away from camera, so I had to actually specify back to camera. Here I'm adding some things like film grain, small design changes, and I don't know if you just caught that, but that's what I mean by priority. I'm shifting words around within the prompt to see what the results will be. I'm liking some of these early results. They're looking pretty good. We're getting close to the reference, and this is always what I do. I work to the reference. Here I'm adding terms that I know are going to get certain effects. And to me, as I said, here I'm in a creative flow state. I'm just doing what I know works. If I was working in ZBrush, I'd be doing certain techniques that I picked up along the way. If I'm working in Photoshop, it's the same thing. To me, prompting is exactly the same process, just making small changes that I know will work. I'm adding terms like warm tones, and I'm moving some things around. And I said that every single time that I'm prompting, some challenge inevitably will present itself. In this case, it was focus. Sometimes the camera was insisting on focusing on the background and not the foreground. And this is pretty typical of a generation process. You're always going to run into something like that. In fact, here, you can see it here. The camera is insisting on focusing on the background. I wrestle with it. I go around with it. And now I'm adding more design changes. I'm liking it. And really what I'm doing here, I'm working to get the two models to be much closer to each other. And the way I do that is by adding more and more detail, more and more detail. A few more changes here, but typically I'll give myself about half an hour for this process to see if it's good. Anything past there is really diminishing returns. This is a proof of concept before production. Here I'm adding what I'm looking for. At this point, I really wanted to get from the reference a couple more comparison. Now, of course, what a client wants, and that's fine. At that point, we can just make small changes and alterations to it and roll it out. So here are the results from that session with the prompt that I ended up using. You can see it's long and detailed, and you can also see that side by side, the two different models ended up looking quite similar to each other and quite similar to the reference in something that we call trust. And that is training. All of our partnerships are based on a large majority. All the training is done on a huge majority of our image library. Nutters, who contributed to the training of the library. option to us. We want to promote representation that reflects the want to, and that we're applying all these tools to AI in photographs, which is pretty incredible when you think about. So in the real world, which is the world I'm in, if only the camera wasn't so punched in, if only it was a little bit further out and I had some license that AI edited image, the contributor who uploaded that photograph gets paid in full for that image. So we found a way to increase the revenue for human beings using AI generator, and this is thanks to Ms. Alex. I'll be over there. I'd love to geek out about this sort of stuff, so let's chat. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alex. The same guy who was just up here. He's standing right there. So you can go see him and ask him some questions after every talk. So we'll do that. We're going to start on time, so our next speaker is in about 3 minutes. Some other announcements in the meantime. If there's a workshop here, the best way to follow the agenda for today is check out the website. That's workshop 3. So GA, check out the itinerary, see if you're interested in the content. If you have a speaker pass, you can check out the 3rd floor. And what else? Tomorrow is Wednesday. The event concludes at 6. We'll take you then. And that's it. We'll start with the next speaker in 2 minutes. At Figma.
Here's what I've learned. Let's go as far as say, and really make sure that what they want, you have the time to diverge in engineering architecture. But it's where teams build the confidence that what they're creating is actually going to be a high quality, high value product. No one would mistake you for being done at the 70% mark, right? There's all the work. Introduce designing where a lot of the product and design exploration actually with the models available to plug into. But it puts heavy, heavy pressure on that find how to apply that enabling AI tech to this. So in my research, when they're working on these floor or iteration that was ongoing, MBOT, and we built the tech side of it very quickly. But once it was built, there was a lot of design iterations happening right up until the launch. And don't get me wrong, it was working. It was working really, really well. But the product team, the design team, they were tech, and it wouldn't have been possible even after the tech was working. Even the eng team was focused this crunch, where we're saving a lot of the work that will determine the success of our AI products for the end. And if we wouldn't at Figma have poured so much effort into that last for 30%, we would have ended up with a great tech experience, but a subpar user experience. And we have to reprioritize exploring these design solutions we could pursue in this new model. And the people we're giving these tools to won't get there either. So bear with me. If an airline took me 70% of the way from San Francisco to my hometown in Madison, Wisconsin, right? Albeit on a new cutting-edge turboplane, I'd still end up somewhere in Nebraska. And if a brand new bakery with the most innovative bread recipe only baked that bread 70%, I'd end up with a soggy loaf of bread. Or if a store sold me 70% of a TV, albeit with the highest resolution in the world, I'd be angry, right? And in each case, I'd rather, and when I do research on the market, I see this change in the product development process playing out, where teams are focusing on the enabling technology so much, they're forgetting about the product and the experience. And as a result, we see a lot of AI tools trying to replace things people already do, right? It's repeating things that we've already done, and I'd argue it's because we're more focused on one bad AI experience, even if it's the most cutting-edge tech, right? Experience. But I think it's becoming clear they will judge our ability to deliver a good AI experience. And if we don't focus on that last 30% of the process, on the design, on the product market fit, on the quality, we'll make AI product building fail, and these services will just become unused. So we have to figure out how to go that final 30% in this new model. And if we do that, we'll be in a place where we're actually impacting people's lives with AI in a really positive, productive way. And we'll actually start to truly win them over with the product experiences we're creating. Quality tech that you build doesn't mean it's a quality experience. So great tech alone won't win, right? The last 30%. And we mostly thought about adding value to the existing systems with new features, right? And some of us in this room are lucky enough to explore what those new systems might actually look like, but those are often on elongated multi-year timelines, right? We're not actually actively making changes to the system and deploying things into our users. And they're mostly defined and not completely net new, and adding functionality to shift our thinking. So by no means am I saying release nothing, right? Especially if build, prepare to scale an entirely new, and a failure to consider the system. And remember also what I said about earlier about the product development process. We're in this place where we can move so quickly with AI. We can build a bunch of features and see what sticks. But these tools and APIs give us the ability to make these beautiful, stunning, and that hard work is in the name of incremental ones like me, but the noise is incredible. Since 2023, we've seen an AI-powered pen, doesn't it? And we're all super subject to this noise, right? Which pushes back channel, a few of them, and it helps us follow all of the AI releases, big and small, every day, and it's like keeping up with the Joneses of AI, and it's amazing, don't get me wrong. We have to start somewhere, build up our muscles and intuition of how to do this. And some of our early work even started on Slack with AI being slapped into tools, pre-existing product experiences that just don't really make sense or work well in the context of what's already there, right? And what's more is when we talk to businesses who will actually buy these AI tools, the first thing they're always asking, work. So no, don't just sell me an AI pen. Come up with a new system for the pen and explain the system. In how we design and think of creating new building blocks, we have to avoid innovation happens at the system, not just the feature. AI experiences consider. So in the traditional product development, the PM, the UXR, the engineer, the designer, this isn't really net new for the people that will be using them. The boundaries of what we create, and actually let go of the old favorite question at Figma, what if, and make new spaces for creative problem solving and removing the constraints from our disciplines. So how does this work in practice, right? Well, I'm a user researcher, I told you that, right? I remember and I was thinking to myself, oh no, you wanted to discuss how I saw the landscape. And he was like, I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for anyone who can help me make sense, engineers. But it's not that simple. It's actually pushing me. It's a lot of work. And I'm having to learn totally new ways to communicate in their language. And it's unknown and it's rapidly, if our jobs, regardless of, to see this problem from many different, let go of your discipline, learn new approaches to problem solving, and create new us to say, what, we can't actually cheat this process. Let's just hide behind this shipping velocity. We've released so much to develop those new skills. That's not a recipe for creative problem solving and creative experimentation. You might not see many slides like this during this conference, but remember, one day AI will be boring, like smartphones and apps like PCs and mainframes before that, right? And we have to focus on doing all of this work, building with AI with serious intention, with this in mind, that it will be boring. If we're so focused on the technology, we can actually forget why we're here, which is to harness it. And there are new models out there that we can use to harness it into something meaningful. That's what we're working on at Figma. AI, it's about the content. Creating new digital experiences. Beware of feeling finished. Functioning tech does not equal quality experience. We talk about break.
In a moment. Grace Ling is going to begin. Time will start with downstairs, actually in the basement. ProPass, you also have access to coffee on the side.
And your love for yo, get to that.
I wanna know if you can get to that. Can you get? And the pounding in my chest with your caress, and I can't find it like it's never too much. Can't keep it steady, breathing heavy, spinning out of control. You know you got me sicker than I've been before. That's why I feel the way that I do. I know it's for real. The way I love you. It's why you make me feel the way that I do. I know it's for real. When I felt the love that you possess, like it's never too much. They got me different. Why? Oh yeah. Out of control. Your love got me sicker than I've been before. That's why I feel the way that I do. I know it's for real. Love you. It's why you make me feel. I do. I know it's for real. Love you. It's why you make
One.
Super excited to be here today to tell you about our product. A little bit about myself. I come from 20 years in the advertising industry. I started out as an art director and slowly transitioned into the role of a TV commercial director, working on TV spots for brands like Adidas, Procter & Gamble, and many more. And sharing, going back a little bit, Pika was founded and we dropped out on the power since last April. And on that note, which showcases many of our features in under. There's a prompt box at the bottom and a hands-on experience. So I just want to go over the basic with you. Pika offers 3 ways, image to video, like 3D rendering like this. Let's try something a little bit more reds, standing in a pink desert. Yeah, we get this, a beautiful generated cinematic shot in less than a minute. And if you noticed, anime style, a beautiful pond in the middle of an urban jungle ruins, Makoto Shinkai, we will get, now use this particular anime style as a guide and crafted a story about a red-haired girl and her ginger cat going through generated, nerds them on a timeline, added some music, familiar with like image generated video. That will generate a clip of small bubbles. Or storyboard you might have already created using an image generator, you can piece together a complete video. And here's a promotional video we did for Pika back in October using this. Yeah, so a lot of people are not aware, but a pika is a small mountain-dwelling mammal native to Asia and North America with short limbs, a very round body, an even coat of fur, and no external tail. So that wasn't a rabbit or a hamster in that video, that was a pika. Just mentioning that. All right, so I told you a little bit about my background as a TV commercial director, and about 1.5 years ago, I directed an international TV spot for a beauty brand called Sabon. It was like a big, significant production taking over 1 month to create. It cost about $80,000. It involved a large crew of very highly talented people, and it was shot entirely using high-speed Phantom cameras. I wanted to see if I could recreate that commercial using Pika and typing on my computer. So I want to show you the AI-generated result, along with a side-by-side comparison, just to kind of understand the original one as well. Sorry. Here we go. All right, this was the AI-generated version. Now let's see the original on the left. But I think it's mind-blowing to think about how much work has been put into the original one. The AI version never saw the original one, and it was simply created by describing the shots I wanted to have. The only shot where I did use existing material is the product shot, where I kind of took an image from the brand's Instagram page and just animated it with Pika. So again, very simple. Now, as I mentioned, there are 3 ways to create videos in Pika, and we covered the first 2. And the third one is a method that involves making a video by using another video, which is called video to video. So here we have a video showing the back view of a woman walking away. And by changing the prompt, we can unlock endless possibilities for content and style for the same shot. Put your own videos and just do like wild experiment with it. So as I mentioned, our base model generates clips that are 3 seconds in length, but what if you want like longer clips than 3 seconds? 3 times, and that way you can generate a 15-second one-shot clip. And you also have control of that 15 seconds, like in each one of those 4 seconds extensions. So here's a demonstration of how the camera keeps zooming out, like with this steady zoom out throughout all 15 seconds. So it's pretty solid. Now, regarding resolution, as for 20 by 1280 pixels. So what if you want larger resolution? Well, we have an upscale button inside Pika that you can use and double the resolution of your best generation. Meaning you will get a sharp and smooth 1440 by 2560 pixels video. Now, I would like to introduce you to two of our groundbreaking features. They were on the demo that we saw in the beginning, but kind of dive into them. And they are currently exclusive to Pika. The first one is called Expand Canvas. So up until today, if you had, for example, a 16 by 9 video and you wanted to use it for a 9 by 6 vertical format, you would have to crop it and scale it up, which could make it challenging to find a perfect composition and often resulted in loss of quality. With the Expand the Canvas feature, you can now expand the edges of your videos, and Pika will magically fill those empty spaces and aspect ratio you want for those expansions. And for that example, I could take this 9 by 6 and expand it again to 16 by 9. So we will be resulting in a much wider look at this transformation, clicks of a mouse. Let's consider a scenario where you do this by combining. Boom. Let's say you want to change something in that space, which I think is the most truly groundbreaking one we have, is what we call modify region. So the reason this, you go back to the thing that you wanted to fix, or generate a cliff, is select that raccoon. In Pika, you can do it like, and easily took a stock foot. Here's a weird experiment where I tried to change only the face of a raccoon to a dog and got this animal-dog hybrid. And the last thing I want to share with you is something that was sent to us by a talented AI-powered director from Berlin named Martin Harlan. The AI business, developing more AI user conference. Thank you.
Was that? If you have any follow-up questions for Matan, he's going to be just over there at that high top table. So that's where booths over there. Bathrooms are downstairs, giving a Pika workshop right here at 5 o'clock. Pro Pass holders, you have access to workshops 1 and 2 downstairs. So that is what's happening. And one moment, we'll begin with our next speaker in just a moment.
It's every hour and it's day by day. Everything. Love is the way. Love is the way of being. Love is the way. Yes, love is the way. I keep on telling you it's gonna get better, baby.
Okay, our next presenter, Ben Vanderberg, Principal Platform Evangelist, Adobe Firefly, Adobe. Everyone say hi, Ben. Hi, Ben. Let's go.
All right, hello everybody. Nice to see you all here today. As he mentioned, I work on the Firefly team at Adobe, which is all of our different collection of models for generating visual content. And if you want to talk afterwards, I'll be happy to talk afterwards, as well as if you want to connect, I'm always happy to connect with you and learn more from all of you. So, I actually find this is a really exciting time to be a creative, mainly because for years and years, Adobe tools have always been the tools that make me feel like I am a superhero. I can create tools, create designs super easily. I have every single possible thing under the sun that can help me be able to design things. However, what really excites me about Gen AI is the fact that not only does it make me feel like a superhero, it feels like I'm going from Batman to Superman, and I actually have real superpowers to be able to deliver stuff. And one of the things that we also hear from our customers and from designers is the reason for this is because the amount of content that we're being asked to design, it just keeps growing and growing and growing because we need to design, well, just a little bit more personalized content. Might start with just 1,000 different designs, and then you have to design many more of the different variations because different sizes, different social media platforms. Then, well, actually now it's different regions and different languages and different locales, and let's swap out the people in this part. Let's change out the foods in this other area. And pretty soon it becomes millions and millions of different variations that people are looking for, and also different types of media and platforms. Does this seem familiar to everybody? Yeah? Okay. So when we look at how we're applying Gen AI into Adobe tools, we look at it as there's amazing technology out there for generating content, but we also think that the real superpowers come in when it is tied into directly the tools that you design and work in every single day. So that's where Firefly comes in. How many people have used Firefly in Photoshop or Illustrator or any of those tools? Oh, okay, great. So there's a few things that we've done with Firefly, which again is our family of different generative AI models, particularly for visual content. The first thing is that the way that we trained our models is specifically to make sure that it's designed for commercially safe use. Instead, we took all of our 375 million plus assets inside of Adobe Stock, as well as publicly, openly licensed public domain content, and we've brought those to train our models. Rather than scraping the internet of different artists to train that, we do it based on licensed content. And not only that, we also compensate designers who contributed to Adobe Stock that help train that content as well. And it gives the peace of mind of being able to take anything that is generated with Firefly and being able to use it for commercial use. The other thing that we've also done is incorporate it directly into the tools that people use every day, like Photoshop, Illustrator, Adobe Express, to make it easy for you to be able to tie in and become core to your workflow rather than jumping back and forth to different applications. And then the third thing that we're also doing is making it easy to be able to tie it in with some of the very corporate standards that people have that might be around security, brand, by also bringing out things like custom models that you can extend with your brand, as well as APIs to be able to tie that into different applications there. So as part of Firefly, we've been really, really busy since we first announced that last year, where we've not only created one model, but multiple models. We have Adobe Firefly Image 2, which is our image models that you see in things like Photoshop, Firefly, and Adobe Express. We have our vector model for illustrators who are using Adobe Illustrator to design. You can create patterns, you can create subjects and scenes, all as vector-based content directly within your design. And it can also infer those styles from your actual design that you have within your vector content. The other thing is also we have Firefly Design 1, which is you can put, within Adobe Express, you can put in a prompt and it will generate a basic design based on your description. So a prompt as a starting point, and it's particularly helpful for people who are maybe not as design savvy to get something that looks good fairly easily. So as you look at the different types of ways that we've brought Gen AI into Adobe Tools, we brought it into a variety of our different applications across the board, from Photoshop, Adobe Stock, if you want to expand out images, Adobe Express, Firefly, and even to some of our digital experience. Mark idea is bringing this and making it. Another thing that is also important that is front and center to us, which is Gen AI is amazing, but it can also be a little alarming because you see a lot of content that you start blending and it starts getting confusing to see what is reality and what isn't reality. And today, one of the things that I'm very conscious of is how do we create technology that is not exacerbating the problem, but helping mitigate some of these challenges as AI gets so good at creating things that are so real. So as part of that, what we've done is we've actually been very active in creating, we're a founding member of the Content Authenticity Initiative, which the whole thing around that is creating content credentials that can be embedded into images, audio, and video, so you can see the provenance of what made up that image. Think of it like, as well as what some of those ingredients were, so as you're looking back and you're auditing, is this incorporate that with Firefly? So all your images that are created with Firefly also have content credentials in there. So you can drop that in and check and verify and see that it was created by Firefly. And we are also partnering with a lot of different members across the content creation process to help with that. From camera manufacturers, so that images that are generated from cameras have content credentials in them, to software vendors like ourselves, incorporating those into Firefly and Photoshop and so forth, to also publishers. So I want to talk about some of the examples of how we're incorporating Firefly and Gen AI into a number of different workflows. And I wanted to talk about one which is all around, say, ideation. I am not a person who's particularly good at drawing. In fact, stick figures is the extent of how much I actually got good at drawing. But I'm really good with a mouse. And I'm really good at describing what it is that I'm looking for. So if you, with Firefly, it allows you to be able to generate your content. But one of the approaches that we've taken is, instead of something that you very easy for you through tools on the right-hand side to be able to configure exactly what you're looking for, what lighting, color, and tone, so that it makes it easy for you to be able to prompt through this rather than having to type in any of those specifics and describe what you're looking for there. The other thing that we've also done is try to make it easy to make it be very natural when you're generating this by adding things like aperture, shutter speed, field of view, which as a photographer is very natural language for me, and incorporating that directly into how I'm generating my images. Not only that, we are also making it easy for you to be able to take an image that you might already have as a style, and then you can generate additional images based on that style, so that it will then the tools that you work with every day. Another thing that we've also done is incorporate it into Adobe Stock, so that inside of Adobe, let's go back there. Inside of Adobe Stock, one more time. Inside of Adobe Stock, what you can then do is, as you're downloading that stock imagery, if you need to extend that out or change the dimensions because it's not quite right, instead of downloading and having to crop that, it's being able to do that right as you are actually downloading that to adjust the size, and it'll generate and expand that out as you need, so you have that content ready there. So then, once I'm getting to the creative stage of this, I live day in, day out inside of Photoshop. So being able to resize images is extremely easy. And I probably often use the crop tool, but instead I can easily just take the same crop tool and use what's called generative expand to, and it will analyze the rest of that and expand out that image. But again, super easy to the way that I use every single day. I can also use generative fill, and I'm using the same tools. Just fill in that area, and everything that I do here is non-destructive, because you'll notice that in the right hand corner, it's creating different layers, so I can always go back and add and remove any of the changes that I made there. And it also allows me to be able to prompt for any of those areas that I want to change. So for example, for this hiking themed area here, instead of having it be something like those clothes, we want to put in hiking clothes, so we can put in our prompt there. And in a quick second, it'll then change out those clothes with now our hiking clothes. Something that I otherwise would have composited, Illustrator. So vector-based content is something that if you're illustrating, creating an illustration, putting all those paths can take a lot of time, and sometimes you just want a very quick starting point. So you can use text to vector in Illustrator to then just put in a prompt, and it will actually generate exactly what you're asking for. We're doing a cartoon tiger smiling. You can drop that in there. We have a number of our different variations that we have down below. So we can choose this one. That one's kind of cute. And just like any sort of other vector content, we can actually go in, we can move that around, we can zoom in as much as we want, but we can even go in and edit it, because all the different path points are in there for us, easy to go in and change. So super natural for us to be able to incorporate. We can recolor it however we want and change it however we want. Another way that we've also been incorporating this is text effects. So actually creating an effect with some of this type here can actually be very tedious. Then instead of days of design, I can do it in minutes. And if you like this, on the Firefly website, you can easily try that out. It's super cool. The third area is actually empowering everybody else, because as a designer, I design some of the things that I need to design, but oftentimes I'm also creating something that I'm passing off to someone else to adjust or change or things like that. A client's application that's super background here. So, and we can say generate, able to put this to a number of different styles, whether it's for different things like people going to the beach, or to say different seasonality, so for holiday sales and so forth. It gives us the options to be able to choose that. Or we can also lock down those templates to make sure that they're only able to change the things that they're allowed to change, but still give them the options to make certain adjustments, like using generative fill like we saw before. So being able to take that image that we have in the background and being able to go in and change those bits there. I only have a remote, so I can't fast forward on this one. Give it 1 second. All right. So we can take that, we can go up to the generative fill here, and we can just simply use our brush to remove some of the people in the background, the imperfections. But again, super easy. You don't need to be spend weeks learning how to use this to incorporate into how you work, and you can remove some of those different elements. Now, the other thing that we're also doing is making it easy for you to be able to create some base templates. So with text to template, we're allowing you to be able to put in a prompt. So in this case, we're looking for an after dark poster at the sports center. It'll take that prompt, and it'll generate a number of different templates from that, and even take some of the elements and incorporate it into the design there. So within Adobe Express, I can then just go in and customize what I need to as a starting point on that. So making it really easy to be able to work with that. So those are 3 different areas where we're really incorporating Firefly into how people can work and create content every day. And it brings to the question, where are we going from here? What are some of the things that we're evolving? And there's a lot of cool stuff that's going to be happening this year, but I wanted to give you just a little bit of flavor of some of the things that we're exploring. Do we have sound? Wow, silence. That's amazing. Okay, so we do not have sound, right? All right. Peeking behind the curtain today, it was all done in PowerPoint. All right.
Adobe is natively integrating generative AI into Creative Cloud apps with Firefly. Firefly and Photoshop combine state-of-the-art quality with the precise creative control that professionals demand. In development now, the new generative match lets you sample from your existing images. For example, change a style from photorealistic to painterly or neon. Or, with an object match, transform an object like changing a jacket from leather to your favorite denim. And simply sketch to add objects with the exact orientation and pose you want. The power of generative fill is also coming to Premiere Pro, allowing video creators to insert entirely new elements into their clips. Simply draw a selection around the area you want to change and enter a text prompt. Bring your message to the world through automatic translation. Select different languages. And let Premiere synthesize new text, voice, and even mouth movements.
In our company, we celebrate diversity every day. En nuestra empresa celebramos la diversidad todos los días.
Adobe Firefly in Creative Cloud, giving professionals the power and control they demand.
All right, so some cool stuff on the horizon, right? All right, so that's just a sneak peek of where we're going on that. Again, lots more to come, lots more of announcements that are going to be coming this year. If you want to learn more about Firefly, you can go to firefly.adobe.com, and that is a great starting point, or open up Photoshop or Illustrator or any of those tools, and you can get started using some of those different tools on that. But I just want to say thank you for having me today. If you'd love to connect after this, I love, again, learning from you, learning from your perspectives, and thank you.
How great was that? Thank you, Ben. If you have a follow-up question for Ben, we'll be hosting an Adobe workshop in workshop room 3 on the agenda, which happens to be that room over there. That's at 4 o'clock. If you're curious about the agenda, just check AIuserconference.com. That's the most up-to-date. So that's 4 o'clock. Hep and Ben will be there. What else? Starting at 11, we'll have Jose Florido having a free pick workshop at workshop room 3, same place. So that's starting at 11, so I just want to announce that now. And if you're having a good time today, maybe do a selfie, do a pic, post about us, follow us on our LinkedIn page and our Twitter page. We also have Instagram too, turns out. So yeah, we'd appreciate it. Say you're here, we'd appreciate that very much. And I hope you've liked the speakers so far. I've been super impressed with them myself. You've been pretty lucky, I think. But you really don't know how lucky you are, because the next speaker is super impressive. Emmanuel Demestre, co-founder and CEO of Scenario. Let's all please welcome Emmanuel Demestre.
Thank you so much. All right. 1, 2, perfect. Yeah, that was me before I moved to Silicon Valley. And now it's... You... All right. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for the speakers, were very impressive.
So I'm a little bit stressed to present Scenario right now, just after Adobe and Pika. Such amazing products. What I'm going to do right now, we have 20 minutes. I just have a few slides of introduction about Scenario, what we do and why. And then I'm going to jump into a real live. We specifically develop a platform for the gaming industry, for game creators and game studios. So games, I hope a lot of you in the room are gamers. It's an amazing media, right? And it's big. It's $200 billion plus in revenue. It's more than Hollywood and music and TV combined. So it's pretty big. Huh? And they make us dream. They entertain. They make us connect with other people. It's a pretty amazing media. All types of content, images, 3D, music, VFX, and so on and so forth. So that content is the most expensive thing for a game studio, and gaming is very content heavy. That's why GenAI will have a huge impact in gaming. And maybe gaming is the industry that will be the most transformed by GenAI. And this is from 6 months ago, or more than 6 months ago. 87% of studios do use GenAI today, and I'll tell you more about it. And they, like, all of them want to use GenAI in the future, in the near future. And you might have heard of latent space, the latent space, that space of all AI possibilities. So I'm going to just simplify to say the latent space is like a huge space where every single point, every coordinate on the map is one image. And there are like billions and billions and billions of them. And it's very hard right now, I think the Adobe speaker also mentioned it, it's very hard to navigate that latent space. It's very hard to know where to land, which image, which content you want to get. We lack, as an industry, we lack the control. We lack guidance. And that's why people get bored about prompting pretty fast, because it can get too random. Our job at Scenario, with other people in the industry, is really to give the game creators all the creative control they need to land exactly where they want to be for their content, their consistent content. And consistency is everything. So let me give you a very quick, simple example. You all know about Red. You'll know about Angry Birds from Rovio, famous game, famous movie. There is a specific art direction for these birds, for this movie. Let's say you want to generate Red, the Angry Bird, in some other mainstream AI platform. You're going to get some birds. They will be red, and they should be pretty angry as well, but it's not the Angry Birds that you're looking for. Like win on the Mega Million lottery, than to find your character. To land that consistency, 64% of them want to train. How long does it take? And I'm going to way more important in the future. So that's just want to show you. So a model, a bunch of images here, very simple images, right? These are like concept art images, a house, somewhere in the fall. These are like game visuals. You don't need more than 5, 10, 15, 20 pictures to upload. Once the pictures will be on the platform, they will be captioned, they will be labeled, and you can tweak the labels and the captions, but once they're here, all you have to do as a user is just select which consistency you're working on, a style, a subject, a theme, and so on. You might not need to move the settings. Just call it the Fall Village and start training. And that's it. And it's going to take 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on how many images you have. That's it. I just initiated a new model. Technically, it's called a fine-tuning. It's not starting a base model from scratch. That would cost millions. But this can be done for a few bucks in just 15 minutes. And then, of course, I trained that model before. Let's take a look again at these input images. There we go. Computer, that's why. There we go. Sorry. And do now is start generating. So let's do a house by a lake. Do a generate. enter. So now basically to as like, you know, trending on ArtStation or whatever, like style as my training images, right? So the model basically learned from my style, and now I nailed that consistency. The one thing I didn't get, I think, is the winter. So sometimes you do, okay, let's do a winter landscape under the snow with ice and a house, and enter. We can do also the entrance, or training images. So that was for style consistency. The same thing could apply to subject consistency. Let me go back to my model page. A subject could be an object, or it could be a character, or it could be an outfit, a dress. This is dropping these images. Upload. It's done. We're going to use that model. I'm going to go back and show you what the model looks like. So there it is. Same training images. Hit technical detail. I'm going to do a blonde portrait. Generate. While the model is activated, and we will find them again in the forest, a pink dress, and she's sitting at a bar, sitting in a space. She makes you understand one or two more. We have the pink dress, and she's sitting at a bar, which is, let's take Marilyn again. I must have her somewhere. There she is. And I'm going to combine that model with another style model. And you can see on the left called 3D Marilyn test. And let's do the same person, you know. She's a blonde, blonde woman sitting at a bar, and she's having like a green dress this time. Space suit. So now I can basically adjust the influence of each model with sliders. And that's a very, very important point. We truly believe words and prompts only go so far, and because one word can have different meanings, you cannot really guide the AI properly with words, precise than guiding the AI with words. That first one, I don't know why it got messed up, but we definitely have the same woman. This time she's sitting at a bar. And what I want to emphasize is these images are way more 3D rendered, generate again. You could merge different illustration and try to see what it does, or you could combine one character and one style, or you can combine different characters together. So, and that's the most exciting part of things right now. It is impossible to generate two consistent characters in the same image today using a mainstream AI platform. But if you have your own custom models, you could basically use these in-painting, generative fill capabilities to say, well, on the left, this is going to be Marilyn. On the right, it's going to be whatever, Romeo or whoever other model you've trained. Or you could say, let's take one character and apply models to each part of the character for the outfit, for the background, for the weapons, for the object, and so on. So the possibilities offered by model engineering are way beyond what you can find with any other mainstream platform, including Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, and others. And I'm not even talking about using image prompts, and the AI will learn from that image. It could learn the pose, it could learn the depths, it could learn the structure, it could learn the segmentation. It's a pretty incredible how far you can go when it comes to creative controls in a mainstream AI platform. So that's what we do. We did real-time using Scenario today and doing a lot of model engineering for other use cases beyond gaming. And the demo was interesting. I think I'll be on the side. Have a great day.
Emmanuel de Mestre will make his way to Kurt just over there.
But what if he never tries? Ooh, there he goes, leaving his love, he's running. Waiting at the boxcar alone, alone, coming off the game to knock it any.
I am for this next products on the and excited for this. I certainly am. Let's give the three panelists a warm welcome.
Let's get started about who we are and what you are doing. Awesome. Hey everyone, I'm John. Improve themselves and be a unicorn. And awesome, thank you.
Cool, Josh. So my name is Anton, and I'm called StratMind Present. So like for the founding designer at WhatsApp, and after that I spent another 3 years at AI search company called Niva, which has been acquired by Snowflake this past May. So now I'm combining this interest in AI, product design, and investments in my day-to-day life.
Awesome. So thank you. So we have two people, one of the unicorn founder, and another one is someone who designed for more than 1 billion people, right? Thank you for joining this conversation. So you were always talking about the living interfaces. Define what the living interface is and why before the living interfaces never existed, you know? I've been to all these fancy websites and, you know, it's nice animations, but what does the living interface mean?
So to me, living interfaces means that there's intelligence underlying the user interface. Before, websites and apps and of tedious work across design, engineering, marketing, product to improve these interfaces. And it's a very slow cycle. Kind of the living part of it is the human part. And now with this kind of revolution of generative AI, we have the ability to basically produce reasoning in a sort of mass production type manner very quickly and at low cost. And so what that allows us to do is put that human touch of improvement into websites to the point to where they're actually able to improve themselves. So to me, living interfaces effectively means self-improving, evolving user interfaces.
Does that mean that we would have, each of us who are currently speaking would have a personal website? Or
I do see an internet that is industrial revolution of intelligence of generative AI.
And I would like to add that basically what we are in the world is relations. And the relations is very messy and can be anything really. So this anything can be helped a lot with what we have as an AI technology right now. So if you think about in everything, so here's his resume. So kind of like this middle part can be anything. This living interface in the middle can be anything. It can be like a service, it can be an app, it can be even hardware generated on the fly. It's kind of like, you know, long-term goal for us. So that's what I think is interesting here too.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. And Anton, I know that your StratMind VC, you are investing into UX-focused companies. That's very rare to hear in a Silicon Valley. And how do you define which is the good UX and which is the bad UX? You know, because everyone got the UX to a certain extent. Someone just don't know that it exists. But how do you define which one is investable and which one is totally not?
I like to say that we invest in founders who have big ears for their customers. And if you look at the companies I've been for a long time before, in WhatsApp, Jan and Brian were reading customer emails for a few hours a day till WhatsApp got to like 150 million users. So it's pretty involved. So kind of like, you know, to have this short feedback loop to kind of like listen what your actual customers want from you and where they direct the product is a key to kind of like this, you know, thesis that we have. And what helped me before in my, you know, journey designing and kind of like taking care about user experience, like if you don't even have the data, go into, I don't know, Twitter, X, whatnot, and doing the query, something like WhatsApp sucks, or I don't know, in your case, maybe like CoFrame sucks when you have a lot of users. So kind of like being proactive in this aspect helps you to understand if you care about user experience or not.
Awesome. I mean, when you think about the AI, there is definitely the human, you know, there is a like very artificial and pragmatic aspect of it. but also humans read emotions and humans drive by emotions. That's no doubt. We are not logical species. We are looking at something, we want it, or we don't want it. We don't even understand ourselves. So how do you see in the future of the interfaces, where is that merge, and will the AI take over pretty much the human part of it, with the emotional one and more logical and pragmatic one, where we will not be able to understand it? Yeah. Where do you guys see it coming?
Well, so I guess I can extrapolate out emotion into tone and then resonance. How does it connect with you? Every brand has tone that they want to uphold. They have a tone of voice, and AI has proven to be good at that as long as it's able to see enough of your brand. And as far as resonance goes, something resonates with you if it connects with you and it has context about you. It's the same with people actually as well. So being able to connect on sort of like an emotional level from a product standpoint, in my opinion, is about representing your brand and what you do, and also knowing your customer and what they need and what the context is on them. So it's like the two parts of it. Luckily for us, AI is actually very capable of understanding, over time, understanding both sides of that equation, understanding the brand tone and you as an organization, what you're trying to convey, what you represent, what you stand for. And it's also very good at, we're finding, very good at understanding your users and understanding the context around them, what they need. And so when you have both sides of that equation, over time I do see an eventual shift towards AI being able to undertake some of these more, what we would call today, like emotional aspects of UX.
If you think about how we have drive-in UI for Spotify and regular UI for Spotify, eventually imagine like when AI senses the emotional state you're in. So for example, you're like distressed or unfocused or just woke up. So interfacing can adapt to the way you feel. And I could see that the models in the future will be not just trained on the text layer that they are currently trained on, but we'll probably be able to train the models on emotional layer as well. So try to imagine kind of like how do you represent signals that emotions have, and how interfaces can be adapted to this, and how you can communicate the text based on like in the like stressful emotional state, you are not able to process as many information as you can in kind of like default or baseline state. So kind of like interfaces will probably be able to adapt to this emotional thing we humans have.
Awesome. That's very interesting. So in the future, pretty much all the interfaces will be adapted to me, and it will be adapted to the many layers of my emotional state here and now, right? Interesting. What about the moment where you were working on these amazing products, right? And you were using AI pretty much as the tool to designing. What are the most inconvenient or thing that you found out that helped you to build the design for AI design? Because building design for AI design is something that never ever existed before, and we are just 1 year in. So I'm curious, guys, how will you define those problems and what you were actually doing? What insights did you find?
I like this question. I think the way I'm thinking about this question is like, what does AI enable with respect to UX that wasn't possible before? One thing is just this idea of ambient intelligence. So I've kind of generally like to think about it. Incorporating intelligence that is not necessarily predefined or structured into the products that you're building so that the users have a better understanding of what's going on. One example of this would be in our own product, CoFrame. We're starting to think about this. What we do at a high level is provide variants in an evolutionary style that basically make the copy or the images, so forth, of your website better and better over time. But something we found that's important to users is understanding why certain variants might be better, worth trying, what the hypothesis is, and what the goal of the experiment is. And so that's not something you can kind of like hard code, because every variant that we produce is going to be different. And so to guide the user to that place of understanding why it's interesting, we kind of started to think about this notion of ambient intelligence, where we can provide explainability and reasoning and rationale behind why we've given a certain recommendation for an experiment. And that's proven to be quite important and useful for users, being able to kind of hold their hand, walk them through in a way that you can't really predefine. It kind of needs to be defined. Another area that I think is quite interesting toward this notion of ambient intelligence that we've kind of theorized about and some people are starting to build around is just-in-time UI, user interface that is generated on the fly based on the task at hand that's required. And this is really interesting because it basically allows you to have this notion of, like, under the surface, you have APIs or services that do certain functions, and you have this UI layer that's able to leverage this underlying functionality in a way that is the most efficient possible for that end user, without predefining it and kind of constraining it in that way. So that opens up a whole new world of user experience journey possibilities, makes ultimately that UX really efficient and nice. So I think that's going to be a major shift in what's possible with UI.
Adding up on that, so if you think about this just-in-time UIs, so traditionally what we think about AI as an interface is this command line interfaces, kind of like you issue your prompt and then you get something back. But it doesn't have all this fine-tuned tools that designers are traditionally good at, because like the tools that, you know, designers expect of their tools and creative tools is ability to be like very like fine-tuned, responding to your feelings and emotions, kind of like, you know, I want this like 10% brighter, I want this kind of like 10 pixels left or whatnot, like whatever it is. So like adding the just-in-time UI to the prompting, so combining this to, I guess, philosophies of interfaces is something I think where the design tools of the future will move over time. And I'm thinking another interesting idea is probably using more of your body in the way you design. Over time, I think design tools will shift not just to, you know, screens or voice, but maybe having more of that at the same time. So kind of like, you know, I can point and tell, and like you understand better what I mean if I'm doing this several channels at the same time. And our design tools will probably have the same, I don't know, like multi-channel or multi-modal interfaces in the future, like utilizing space, utilizing emotions, utilizing voice, utilizing what happens on the screen, or maybe like what other people do, and utilizing relations as well. So depending on kind of like what's the current emotion between these two components, what your feelings about this is, the design tools will probably be able to address this as well.
Yeah, so it's right now it's multimodal, and then that's multidimensional or something like this, right?
In a way, yeah. You could think about the Loom recent acquisition as kind of like there's few channels happening at the same time. One is what's happening on your screen, and other is your voice and video.
Yeah.
So this is very, I think, important for remote communication where you're not in the same space. Like you're kind of like complementing what you traditionally used to have in the conversation we have in person with some tools that utilize more of these channels at the same time. So like if we build design tools that allow for that, that's better for all of us as humans.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing all of that. So I have a thesis, right? The thesis is that, like previously, you need to have a bunch of developers who will code your startups, and then you have to invest and put them into one house or one cave for a year, and then you would have the MVP or even POC. And then you will try to raise some funds, and then the technology becomes an asset. So my thesis is that nowadays the technology is not that of an asset anymore. And therefore, there is only two things left. There is a marketing and a customer acquisition, and there is a user experience. What do you think about it? Agree or disagree with it? What are your thoughts on that? Because I see that right now you're either building something that is very custom to the very narrow target audience with the use of AI to speed up the process and decrease the cost, and building something hyper-personalized, or you just spend all the cash and then you're eventually dead. But I might be completely wrong because there is many great technologies out there, What are your thoughts?
That's an interesting thesis. I like it. I definitely see the trend of engineering costs like going to the bottom. That's the trend. We're not there yet. We're not going to be there fully like in a long time, I don't think. But that's certainly where things are headed with AI-assisted programming and things of that nature. We're actually using that quite a bit internally at CoFrame, and it's kind of an interesting philosophy to live behind. The UX is very important. To me, though, what UX comes down to when you have AI systems that can, in fact, create and produce UX, the advantage is going to come down to data, because data is how you understand what the users actually want to experience, UX, user experience. That UX is informed by what you know about your user base, what you've known in the past about your users, what you know about this new existing or new user that's coming in, the context you have on them. And so that data is going to be a massively important part of the future of products. And then exactly what Kirill said, like the importance of the go-to-market, the channels, the way to distribute, it's obviously quite important. And that also, by the way, feeds the data. So like it's a yin and yang. I mean, they feed each other. Having distribution gets you more data, which gives you a better product and user experience, which then gets you more distribution, and it's a cycle.
So to add to that, I'm thinking, okay, so what's AI good at traditionally? It's mostly about predicting what has been in the past. So how does this relate to creativity and innovation? So if you, for example, you have all the data about how people are using Nokia phones, right? Going back to the past, like how do you come up with something new? So this is where I think humans come, and they are traditionally better at maybe like sensing what's up, what's next, what they are not comfortable about. So yeah, I believe, like as you said, data is probably the new product, and data equals user experience in a lot of cases. So kind of like, for sure, you should respect your existing customers, like, and maybe kind of like future customers, but you also have to think where something is going to be ahead of time, so you can build to predict what's going to happen. So you could see a lot of companies dying because they don't look in the future, and BlackBerries and Nokias and companies like that, they kind of like they're very good. And if you remember, like, or WhatsApp, when it was explaining what it is to our customers in the first year, we were talking like it's like BBM for iPhone, so like BlackBerry Messenger for iPhone, kind of like you like provide this great experience, but kind of like think what's kind of like the next step of where Apple is going, the next step where Google is going, the next step where kind of like living interfaces are going to be going in the future. So yeah, that's where I'm thinking humans are not replaceable. Okay. And creativity and innovation, you cannot replace it with just AI prediction.
Awesome. One personal question, Anton. I know that in WhatsApp, you were one of the designers who who added the emojis into the chats, right? To the chats of the interfaces. So before the WhatsApp, I barely remember there were any emojis in the chats as we know it right now. Do you think that was one of the highest impact on WhatsApp growth, or how do you see, and did that had any influence on the user experience overall?
To be more true to the history, I guess it's coming from Japanese operators like Docomo and everything like this. And they had it very simple, kind of like 16 by 16 pixel grid for emojis. And eventually when Apple wanted to launch iPhones on Japanese market, they had to support this. So they created the original set of emojis for iPhone, but I think WhatsApp was more instrumental in how it got to multiple platforms. So because like not all platforms had the support for emojis, and we were allowing cross-platform communication, including emojis. That made the communication richer, and this is what people, I think, want eventually, kind of like this rich communication, not just using text, using more, using voice, using videos, using like stickers, emojis, like whatnot. I don't even know what's gonna come with, just-in-time generated stickers, for example, or like anything that's coming with AI. So it's definitely, I see the richness of communication is something that pushes the products forward.
Yeah, and within the decrease in cost of the production of the videos and the audios and the ads, do you see those video experiences that we can create on stage live by the prompt will be more and more common into the interfaces and as the type of the communications that's happening between the users?
Yeah, I think that's true. But what I noticed when I'm asking Midjourney to generate me some interface, it's usually heavily influences by styles from the past. Like it's, probably getting some very skeuomorphic interfaces from early iPhone ages and early Apple ages versus kind of like generating something that's, you could imagine as the future. So kind of like, how do you do something that's from the future? How do you do something that's not looking as a thing from the past? So I'm still like waiting for, some technology to come to more of online state. So kind of like I'm not an AI generated or trained on the data from 2001.
Okay. Thank you. One last question. When it comes to the product market fit, I know, Josh, that you've been testing different hypotheses and you've been interviewing the users a lot, but how can you help and how do startups to navigate to get to the product market fit, and how would you define the product market fit itself? Because I know there have been a lot of different thoughts and hypotheses, and then you narrow to the audience. How would you suggest to do it in the AI space where everything is so fast?
That's a great question. The way I think about product market fit in AI is basically the same as prior to this new boom, which is to say you have a clear understanding of who your customer is, you have a product that can scale, and then you have a distribution channel that's repeatable. You have a method of kind of just growing, and it works. Like the unit economics should also work as well. And how it relates to actually attaining that is sort of like the dark art. That's the part that's hard, is actually finding that. And this is going to be different for every business. The shared aspect across all businesses is that you should have customers pulling this out of your hands. There's like a sense of pull that you start to feel like people really, really want this. They're coming after me. They're chasing me down, either if they're currently using it or if they're wanting to use it for prospective customers. That's a big one. And then for us in particular, it's really been about the results, like actually getting hard numerical, like this is either working or it's not. So for CodeFrame in particular, just to give you an example, we're in the business of improving conversion rate and like metrics for people, however they define the metrics. Usually it's conversion rate or engagement rate and so forth. By using AI-generated variants of copy, images, basically the self-improving website concept that I told you about. For us, we know it works if we're able to increase the conversion rate. If like what we produce is like very clearly better than what they come in producing. And so, yeah, we were first able to get that signal kind of like a couple of months ago, and up until this point now, where we like have a pretty significant increase of conversion rate on average across all of our experiments for people compared to their baseline. So like that was kind of a clear thing for us. It's like, okay, this can work. It's time to lean in and double down and scale this up and build, a more robust feature set around this, which is what we're currently doing. So that's just for us, but for every startup, it's going to be different. It really just comes down to, I guess, what we were talking about earlier, listening to your customers and having that connection to the real world, having true signal. It's easier to kind of like delude yourself, but you really need to actually have real world signal and have that feeling of pull from the market, and then ensure ideally that it's scalable from a product standpoint and repeatable from a channel standpoint.
Some ideas from me on this point. I'm thinking kind of like if you look in the past and what is usually a driver of product market fit or good products, you kind of like either have to create something new, either you have to create something that's 10x better than what exists on the market, or you can create something that's cheaper. That's usually kind of like, what drives adoption and If you look at how it changes in the age of AI, so I guess you have to get some asymmetry, kind of like you have to get a new data. Like you have to create a data where it didn't exist before. So kind of like creating a product that is about, like automating or digitizing something that hasn't been digitized and creating products out of that. Number two is kind of like creating better data. So kind of like, how to make data better. So it's not kind of like random, or sometimes it's like superpolation of many sources of data, which makes it, like a little bit unified and not personalized. And getting like cheaper, or getting more value from the data, or making data cheaper. Like this, I guess, maybe keys for how to get to product market fit in the new AI first products. So just a little bit of that.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that. When it comes to the building the startups, what are your thoughts on your projections for the next year for the open source models against the models that were created by the giants, So what are your thoughts on what you should use as someone who is starting to build their own AI product, and what are the future of the open source with enclosed?
Yeah, the future of open source. So open source models basically give you the ability to fine-tune your models to an extent that you aren't able to do with closed source ones. What we're seeing is that, like, and I was asking about this to OpenAI. Are they going to allow you to do RLHF on their models? And the answer for now is no. And so if you want to be able to do RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback, which basically means like taking customer preferences in real time and incorporating it into your AI stack and your model, you're going to need to use open source models. And so that's a kind of an important thing to consider. The other thing to consider on the open source side is cost. It's way cheaper to run open source models typically, not always, but typically. And it also depends on the fine degree to which you need your task is. If it's a very specific type of task, typically smaller models that are highly fine-tuned on that task can actually outperform the massive LLMs that are generalizable and do very, very good at that specific thing. They might not be good for anything else, but they're very good at that specific task. And so that actually becomes a really interesting kind of factor in this. There's an analogy to be drawn between open source models comparing to like all the different flavors of Linux and that being kind of open source, and then the large closed source models, which are maybe comparable to Microsoft and Mac OS, Apple, and highly supported, highly generalizable, really nice UX, nice to just call as an API from the closed source model standpoint, and then nice to use from the Microsoft and Apple standpoint. But with Linux, you're able to like play around with a lot of different kind of features of the model and fine-tune it for your task, and fine-tune the operating system for your task. I mean, the analogies go on, but that's generally what I'm seeing with that.
If you can take the idea of cater to your customers to the max, to the next step here, what open source was usually good at, they were catering to developers really well. So kind of like they are kind of like, how do I serve myself better? So instead of having this long feedback loop of kind of like, please build me some developer tool that I need. So people were able to organize and use community power to actually bring this to fruition, to bring this to reality. And I'm thinking AI models will follow the same path in a lot of ways. And you could probably see how innovation from Mistral, like this mixture of models, for example, like they were first in a way, like faster than bigger like OpenAI or some like others to bring this new way to make things cheaper, which what developers want. So kind of like, probably similar in performance, or maybe not the best, like top of the shelf, kind of like GPT-4 Turbo Plus, whatnot, but it makes inference like 5 times cheaper than what you're able to get from kind of like comparable models from commercial providers.
Awesome. And my in closing question would be regarding the team forming and the team structures. Anton, let's start with you. So when you look at the teams and the startups that you guys invest into, what are the main criteria for you to define whether this startup would be successful or not, and how do you approach vetting the team against vetting the founder?
I don't know. It's kind of like magic. Like there's such a variety in the way people form teams around ideas. So I'm open to diversity and I'm open to democracy. Like whatever wins, like you can have a innovation coming from research type of team. So kind of like it's like super research. It's not publishing anything out to their users like for 5 years, and then eventually they get something. Like this is probably OpenAI case. Or you can kind of like get something out, especially in the SaaS. You get something out, you get feedback, you iterate super quickly, you get to product market fit in the first half a year of your existence. So like you have to be sensible here. I don't want to predict like what type of team. So kind of like whatever fits the idea, whatever fits the type of innovation that is created. But I guess I would probably stress like intellectual honesty in the team, so people kind of like are not deluded too much, and if they're dreamers, it's fine, but kind of like not kind of like too delusional. But I don't know. It's all a guessing game, and I hope we're right, but we'll see.
Interesting. Josh, what are your thoughts on the team building? I know that you had experience in the managing huge teams, and then you are pretty much the team of 4, right? Is it the team of 4 or team of 3?
4, yeah.
It's a team of 4, right? Yeah, what are your thoughts and what are your experience on the future of the team building in the AI startup world, I guess?
Yeah, so something I've learned over the last couple of years is that small teams can really accomplish great things. And in fact, when you grow your team to a certain point, your velocity or your ability to move as a team can actually diminish because with n team members, you have n squared number of connections you need to make between them. It just becomes really complicated. And so as a result, small teams are generally better for being agile, being adaptive and reactive to what you're trying to build, and being able to take in, so especially this is important at the early stage, when you're trying to take in as much signal as possible from your customers and users, and incorporate that into your product, and be able, like, the number one advantage of a startup is always speed and sort of adaptability. And so having that is really important. And the best structure, in my experience so far, has been small teams that can do that. Now, there's a really interesting thing happening with generative AI, and that is it is able to multiply the impact of any single team member. This is true with development. At CodeFrame, we're using AI-generated code very heavily. We're actually dramatically increasing our own velocity as a result of this. This is true with marketing as well, with all the different roles. Design is a little bit earlier, but it's coming out in developing. And what I think is going to be an advantage for certain startups and certain smaller teams that are able to jump on this is keeping your team lean, being really thoughtful about having really high level of talent density. That means like very elite people who are working with you, ensuring that you don't compromise on that, and then equipping these people with AI tools to be able to multiply their productivity and their output. That's what we're really betting on at CodeFrame. We don't want to grow the team really that much at all. I mean, we want to have a very small, lean team and take it all the way to IPO with that. I mean, that's the ideal.
Yeah, when the Josh saying the small team, he means 4 people who are generated 1,500 subscriptions, including Microsoft and all, and Samsung and all these big names, and Monday.com.
2,500.
Yeah, sorry, 2,500. Sorry, man. Yeah, so like when you say lean, that means very lean, and that's what I was always curious to learn. Thanks for joining the panel. Thanks for listening. Thank you guys.
All right. Thanks very much, Kirill, Josh, Anton. Appreciate you guys. If you guys want to talk to Kirill, Josh, or Anton, they will be over there at that high top table, and you can follow up with them there. In a moment, we're going to clear the stage, and I'll introduce our next speaker in 20 seconds.
Long hair and longer
stride. Skateboard affair with the primal tribe. And you cut off painted pants, charging down the craggy mountains with our thrift store friends. And who you find so in love with the fallen earth. Oh, you wake in the middle of the fallen night with the summer playing coy. And in the attics of the city night, we talked Corso and the MC5, and you could dance like we were all alright. And all you wild ones give you something and never want it back. Oh, the riot and the rush of the warm night air. Only you wild.
And one other announcement before we get going. Jacob Illen from Globom will be running a workshop at noon, so about 15 minutes in workshop 3 right here. Draw your app with Globy. So that's Jacob Illen. That'll begin at noon. And without further delay, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Braden Ream. Braden is the CEO of VoiceFlow. I hope you're excited for this. Here's Braden. Let's welcome him.
Alrighty. Oh, how's everyone doing? Woo. I need a little bit more than that. Woo. Alrighty, so today's gonna be risky because we are doing not only a live demo, but a live demo with real-time collaboration of which you can all join. So we'll see how that goes. Can I get my slides up there? Thank you. All right, first things first. Who here has heard of VoiceFlow before? Maybe hands up. Okay, that's a good chunk. Who here has a VoiceFlow account today? Okay, also a good chunk. So if you have a VoiceFlow account, feel free to join. Otherwise, it's free. And this is going to be very much like a Figma-style real-time collaboration demo. I'm hoping we get enough people on the demo where we actually break VoiceFlow. So please feel free to put that link in your browser, and that's going to walk you through the sign-up process. Hoping to see a couple of people. No? We'll see here. Cool. So while people are signing up, and again, it's voiceflow.com/UIAC, I'm going to give a quick history about VoiceFlow, and then the rest of it's just going to be a live demo, just kind of while people sign up. So we started the company in 2019, which I guess makes us dinosaurs in the new sort of AI ChatGPT landscape. My co-founders and I, we started the company initially because we were trying to build AI agents on Alexa. So when Alexa first launched, we thought it was the coolest platform ever, being able to order something with your voice, being able to actually use different applications with your voice. And so we thought that, hey, voice assistants are going to be the next big thing. We bet it all on Alexa, VoiceFlow, voice assistants. Ultimately, we were a couple years early, and it turns out like ChatGPT was really going to be the big platform, but that's how we got started. I'm going to skip through some of the businessy stuff, but generally the problem that we solve for companies is it's really hard to collaborate at scale when you're trying to build AI agents. So teams at like Amazon, Google, Delta Airlines, JP Morgan, there's like pretty big teams building AI agents now to automate anything from customer support all the way down to in-car voice assistants, drive-throughs, stuff like that. Big teams, and everyone was using spreadsheets, flow charts, things like that. We thought it was just crazy. Why is there no collaborative software that makes it really easy to build these agents? It felt like everything was tailored to either SMBs, single-person dev shops, or big clunky developer platforms that were really hard to collaborate on. So we built VoiceFlow initially as an internal tool. This photo looks like it's from the 80s for some reason, but there's our initial version of VoiceFlow, originally called StoryFlow back in the day. Serve a bunch of customers now, about 200,000 users, a couple thousand customers across every industry. That's all the businessy stuff, though. Cool. Okay, we're going to do a live demo. Has people signed up? Are they in the workspace? Maybe a couple hands up. We got a few folks. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead here. And I'm on my VoiceFlow workspace. So if I can go to team and billing. Oh, people have not joined yet. And my hotspot went down. This is exactly why you don't do live demos. Oh, If this isn't anticlimactic, I don't know what is. Yeah, we're all good. I'm just trying to get the Wi-Fi going here.
I can log you onto the presenter one.
Should be fine. It's just... Come on. Here, yeah, you want to log me on that guy? Sorry for the Wi-Fi issues, folks. Great, okay, we got, let's go down to our demo here. We got 3 people, which is great. So we're gonna go ahead and create a new assistant. So Voicelo is all built around collaboration. So you can have bot. We're gonna make it a chat bot instead of a voice bot, choose our native language, and hit continue. Into the AI user, just kind of waiting for folks to join people. I thought it'd be kind of fun. Knowledge base, and we'll show off some of this stuff. In this case, I'm gonna pull out for the folks on the Canvas, there we go, we got Jacob pulling out a block here as well. I can go ahead and pull out another block. I'll do something like response AI. I can now write maybe a large language model prompt, something like greet the user. I can go into my prompt settings. We have a bunch of different LLM models available. So right now, mostly from Anthropic and OpenAI, but you can add your own models as well. So we got more people joined the Canvas here. So what I'm going to do is do GPT 3.5 Turbo on how may Yoda assist you today. Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and keep that. And I have greet the user, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to listen to what the user says, capture that, send them to another response block. You know, some large enterprises and stuff. At the top right, and greetings, young Padawan. How may I assist you this fine day? And you can go through and say, what color is the sky? I'm Canadian. I should have added a U in color, but there you go. Just very basic sort of ChatGPT prompt. Everyone's seen stuff like that before, not too crazy. I can see people are adding their own stuff on the canvas here. So next thing we want to do as we build out our bot is I'm going to go over to our content, and we're going to add something to the knowledge base. So I'm going to go ahead and add a data source, and this is going to give our bot the ability to actually use data that we've fed it to be able to provide more tailored answers, things like that. So if I go ahead here, let's do a URL. I'm going to go to AI User Conference, and we're just going to give it this whole website here. I can add a refresh rate if I want it to pull data weekly, daily. People are still, if I want, I can try it out with different models here. So again, Anthropic, OpenAI, I can maybe have it say something like respond only in French, and we'll go ahead and we'll see what this sends back. Oh, in this case, my instructions it didn't want to take it, so maybe I'll try GPT-4 Turbo instead here. Read's last question. I'm not great at writing prompts, so those are amazing. They are basic. And so when you think about tasks as well, so refunds, AQ ability. So I'm going to create a brand new intent here. What's the intention of the user? That's what a refund. This just helps the LLM get a bit of more of a feel, and then using an LLM as well. So we're using an LLM to generate trading data, and then feeding that trading data to another LLM. So can I get a refund for this? Great. And then Jacob, wherever you are in the audience, I'm going to trust you to write something that's not inappropriate for when our refund happens. So this is an obscene amount of trust in Jacob Erickson. I'm saying his last name, so we have the peer pressure here. So now if we go to the home, let's actually try out our agent now. So if I go ahead and hit run, we'll see we can train our natural language understanding. So we're blending a few different ML tech model that trains really fast. And then I can go ahead and run it. Greetings, young Padawan. How may I assist you today? I want a refund, and let's see what Jacob wrote. Please provide a reason for your request. So there it is. We can start handling that request. We could pull in some logic from Voicelo. We could go ahead and actually make an API call, et cetera. A lot of cool stuff we could do. Let's say that this is somehow ready for our site. If we go into the top right, we can publish it. What's really cool about Voicelo is while this publishes, Voicelo handles every channel: WhatsApp, SMS, custom channels, web chat, in-car assistance. We've got a couple of big automotive customers. Doesn't really matter. Web chat is our default, though. So if I go into the far left now, and let's drop this onto our... Now, of course, this is not going to impact the live site. I'm just doing this locally, but Now we have our chatbot that we just built together. Super simple. It's between animation transcripts. So go through and actually see how the bot's function, VoiceFlow bot looks like. And Jacob, thank you for the help there. If we go to our, that it's currently running itself off. So it's got a lot of stuff going on. So it's actually able, this has dropped our, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. And you can see sort of collaboration. I could open that up, but it would be live user transcript, so I'm not going to do that. I can open up our analytics, et cetera. So that's sort of what a live bot looks like. The feature that we envision amazingly well, because we think that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to use cases. You're going to be automating customer support and then everything else. Get out. We just launched our functions ecosystem. You guys have seen functions that then the bots can choose when and how they want to use it themselves. So right now it's very deterministic, saying, hey, I want you to send a text message, I want you to do X, Y, Z. But what's really neat about this is it's fully featured in code. So if I go and open up our designer here and I get out of comment mode, and I go into our functions, you'll see that it just tells me what do I need to input and what do I get out of it. So you don't even need to know how to code or what's happening in the middle. So if I open up our functions here, you'll see there's all my code for this. If I want to actually, if I go back to our Canvas system of functions that you can use with your agents and that agents can choose to use on their own as well. So.
How great was that? We're not doing Q&A on getting our next speaker ready. Okay. This co-founder and CEO of Wizard. Everyone help me welcome Tony. Say, hey, Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Jackson. How's it going, everybody? You got some food? Yeah? Pleasure to be here in sunny San Francisco. It's freaking cold in Denmark, so this is summer for where I'm from. So thanks for coming here. We're going to talk about AI-powered product design. And what I mean by product design in this context is really UI, UX design, interfaces for software. And first, let's get one awkward fact out of the way. It's pronounced wizard, but it's spelled with a U. And needless to say, design is becoming increasingly important to the success of businesses. Every company today is a software company. Doesn't matter if you build insurance product, biotech, healthcare system, software is the way people interact with computers and services. And so great software requires great design. The reason I'm saying this is that I want to give some kudos to all the designers in the room for driving such an important task and help business succeed. So here's some stats that you can take to your manager for performance review next quarter. Design-centric companies are outperforming the S&P 500 by 200%. And companies with the strongest commitment to design are generating more revenue than the one that don't. So take this to your manager for the next performance review so you can negotiate better. So great design equals great software equals profit, basically. And the reason why I want to say this is because there is a problem. And that's the problem. There are 3 million people working in tech in the US. Less than 1% of them are designers. That's a big of a problem, given how important design has become. And this is the effect of this. Anybody's a designer here? Product designer, UI designer? Yes. You see what I'm talking about, right? Even in design-centric companies, there is less than 2% of people that are designers. This is a survey sent by UXtool.co every year, and out of 300 employees, being the median company size, there's 6 designers on average. That's nothing. And that leads to this problem. Designers being chased down in the hallway of the office for doing work. And the expectation is that we work together as a team. The product manager, the PM, work with the designers and the developer. The reality is that one. Designers do everything, and people wish them luck. And the biggest reason for this to happen is, well, Figma is pretty damn hard. It's an amazing product, but it's really hard. But worry no more. AI to the rescue. So the reason we built this product called Wizard is really because we believe that AI can become the interface between the design team and the rest of the product organization. And I'm going to show you in a minute what I mean by the interface. So demo time. So here I am inside of Wizard. And I'm going to start creating a project from our AI tool. And to make it more spicy, does any of you have an idea of something you want to generate? Mobile app, web app, anything? No cool idea? Mobile app, all right, let's do a mobile app. We'll make a mobile app for ordering food to the space station on flying unicorns. And we're going to define a style. Any idea for a style? Minimalistic, techie. And while this is generating, you get a t-shirt. Oh, sorry. So under the hood, we basically take the prompt, generate screens, generate content, so text, images, illustration, and we pull it all together into one project of 5, 6 screens that people can start interacting with. So this is really meant to be a place for ideating, exploring new ideas in seconds, not hours. And the goal is to really help the entire product team go faster from 0 to 1 before they spend resources into Figma or in even code. So now we get our project being generated, which is called Space Station Eats. So we got a few screens generated for us. And everything here can be, of course, customized. You can move things around, change everything you want. And if you click Interact, you see that the full flow has been generated already by the AI for you. So if you click Preview, you can go and experience that food delivery app for the space station just a few seconds after generating it. So, and everything is interactive. You can type, test the ID, and build. But there's a lot of AI magic in Wizard to enable people to go even further. So you can also generate more individual screens. So let's say you want to supplement this with a new screens. Any cool idea of a new screens? I need some help. Yes? A login screen? A login screen. And you click Generate, and you get also a t-shirt. Oh, sorry. There you go. So we generate a few options. Our AI has basically learned best-in-class design patterns by looking at apps on the App Store, websites, and learn, OK, what are the most common design screen patterns, login screen patterns, so we can actually just come up with useful suggestions. And then we get a few suggestions. We can just take one and just keep building and iterating. And now you can also go ahead and import other assets. So let's say you want to somehow link this to the AI user conference webpage. So you could take a screenshot of this webpage and then say, hey, Wizard, I want to create a new screen from a screenshot. And the idea here is that you can supplement AI-generated content with your real product content, web page, mobile app, whatever. And here, AI will take the screenshot, which is a flat image, and then convert it into an editable mockup. So after a few seconds, you can actually go ahead, change the content. You can suggest new alternative copy using our AI models, and basically just change absolutely everything. I'll just change these images for something else, for example. And basically, take this further, just from a screenshot. Now, maybe we're happy with this design, and we want to just customize it further, and you could say, all right, this is cool, but I want to make this look like, Airbnb. And so under the hood, we'll generate a design system based on the user query and basically apply it to the project in seconds. So let's say we're happy with the Airbnb design. I'm sure some of you are Figma users. So what you could also do is say, OK, I don't really know how to explain the theme that I want, but I can go into, let's say, the Figma community, find a design system that I like, and I could say, all right, I want you to take these components, so I can take a screenshot and say, generate a theme from a screenshot. And here what we do is that, again, we will use AI to extract the design assets from the screenshots. It could be your design brand kit, it could be your current product, it could be design system components, and then we'll apply it to your project. So really quickly, you take something that looks completely different from your company style, and you just make it very similar to what you would have shipped last quarter in just a few seconds. So now you can see that we've been able to take the style and then apply it to a project in just a few seconds. And of course, this is meant to be a team platform, so you can collaborate in real time. Developers get access to components in React and CSS to take this into production. You can also build in low fidelity if you want. Let's say you want to just do wireframing instead. And you want to show this to if you want to show this to the CEO, it's be like, oh, that's ready to ship? No, it's just a mock-up. So you can flicker in wireframe mode, show the CEO, get some feedback, and then keep working in high fidelity with the team. And there's a lot more I can show you, but I will just show you one more thing, which designers love, is the ability to get prediction. So you've designed this screen, and you want to say, before you show it to human beings, you want to start getting feedback of, OK, where would users focus their attention? So here we use predictive AI to predict where on the screen would the user focus most of their attention. So you can actually start tweaking the design accordingly. OK, the titles get a lot of attention. My CTA here, not so much. So maybe I can just, I'm going to do something really ugly, but you can change the color, and then, run this again and see if you get a different result. It didn't change much, but I guess you see the point. Yeah, so that's basically Wizard in a nutshell. Let's go back to the presentation. So Wizard is not, I want to make this clear, is not meant to replace human designers at all. It's not made for pixel perfect design. There's a better tool for that. It's not a website builder, and it's not meant to replace Figma and Adobe. What Wizard is really a tool to accelerate ideation and prototyping. It shouldn't take weeks to test a new ID. It shouldn't take weeks to take a product discovery session into a mock-up. It should be done in a couple of hours. It's meant also to efficiently enable stakeholders to align on what to build, so you don't do 500 iterations of the design. You do 1 or 2 maximum. It's really made to be a tool for the entire team to collaborate, and a tool to foster open and inclusive design. Because once again, the goal is that building product is a teamwork. Designers have amazing things to contribute. The PM have great things to contribute, and everybody have something to contribute. So let's just have a place to collaborate together, and then move it to Figma when it's time to just go polish and make it pixel perfect. That's what we believe AI can really improve today. So what's coming? We've seen a bunch of different features today. What is coming? So as you've seen, we could import things from screenshot and using prompts. There is an integration coming with Figma to enable you to take this to the next level. Another big topic is obviously design systems. Our customers want to be able to just take the design system, which is humongous libraries in Figma, and take it into Wizard, and we're happy to say this is coming. Last but not least, more AI magic. I can't tell you so much about what's coming, but I can tell you that the team is hard at work to bring even more AI capabilities inside of Wizard. So I hope I convinced you somehow that the future of design is both inclusive and is going to be AI-powered. So join our 2.7 million users today, and you get 25% off Wizard Pro with this promo code here on screen. Thank you so much, and happy to chat afterwards.
Few announcements. Tony Becciamelli from Wizard, the guy who just spoke, will be over there at the high top table in just a moment. So if you have any questions to follow up with Tony on, do so over there. He'll be there momentarily. And I'd like to announce our next speaker, Crystal Brown, VP of Operations, Strategy, and Partnerships at Beautiful AI. Let's welcome Crystal Brown.
Okay, we're done. Thank you very much. Just kidding. Let's see, wrong presentation. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here in this great room of incredible, inspirational ideas and minds. I'm humbled to be with all of you guys, so thank you so much. I am the VP of lots of things at Beautiful. As many of you in the startup world know, that you spend time doing a lot of different projects and jobs. So thank you so much for having me. Just a quick couple questions for the audience. How many of you do presentations for internal, mostly, projects? What about external? And both? All right. And then who's a designer? I think he just asked that last one, so a few of you. And who's sort of technical? Right, and you cannot ask me questions later. You can ask other people on our team. And who's a competitor? Anyone willing to admit it? Just kidding. We are all learning from each other. Lastly, how often do you create presentations? Daily? Weekly? Monthly? So a lot of people. Okay, so the gist of what we are going to go over today is just sort of what we are and who we are. I want to share the generative AI features that I'll be demoing for you. That's the more interesting part, and sort of what's coming next. We started in 2016, and the idea that Mitch Grasso, our founder, had was really around making sure that we could automate design in presentations, that we were trying to remove the friction and the difficulty in creating presentations every day, that you didn't have to be a designer, or if you were a designer, how can we make things easy for you? We also then launched into team and enterprise, so really thinking about how do you collaborate, how do you work with other people across large organizations or small teams. So we really thought about brand. How do you control your brand? How do you make sure that the elements and the pieces of your decks don't go rogue? And then with generative, we've been able to just kind of put some horsepower behind the product. The product as it was had a lot of automation, but generative is just sort of added to that, which is what I'm going to show you. So that's basically a little bit of history of Beautiful. I'm going to go over a full deck, how we create a full deck from a prompt, individual slides, some of the text to image, which you've seen a lot of today, and then our writing assistant. I will mention, as you all know, AI is evolving. It's evolving really fast. And what we felt was really important to remember is that your deck still needs to be perfect. Even with AI, it can't just be okay or have non-truths. So the fact that we use AI means you also need to be able to finagle and work within our product easily and in minutes have a great product. So I just kind of wanted to preface that. So let me just move over, whoops. I was testing it out with Super Bowl. I don't know if anyone's excited about that, as excited as I am. So when you create a presentation in Beautiful, you have the opportunity to have a blank presentation, generate that with AI, which is what I'm going to go over. But we also have templates. So you could have a team template. Maybe your sales team or your marketing team has a template that you want to lock down. Also, we have some inspiration. But again, we really thought a lot about how do you make sure you control your brand and keep things consistent. You can also import a PowerPoint, but who cares about PowerPoint? Anyway, so I just want to show you, this is where the prompt begins. And I'm going to use predefined prompts just for speed. But I wanted to show you that you can also train the AI with additional context. So if you wanted to upload a file, maybe you have some PDF that you're using for your company. You can put a web page if you want to give it more context, so you can put the URL in. Or maybe you want to just copy and paste a really big piece of text. So I'm going to start with, I don't have any relationship with Apple or AirTag, but we're going to just use that anyway. So I'm going to type that in and generate the presentation. A couple things while that's running. It takes a couple, maybe somewhere between 30 seconds and a minute. The LLMs that we have relationships with have ideas of their own. So for example, they would like you to use a variety of slides, but you may not want to use a variety of slides. So we had to kind of think a little bit about how do we help train this LLM within our product. We also told it we wanted to have between 10 and 12 or 8 to 12 slides. And that was a decision that we made. Maybe we'll change it, but you can add additional generative slides as we go. A couple other things. We wanted it to fit into what we call smart slides. And our smart slides are really the ethos of Beautiful. And those are slides that are often full of friction. They're difficult. They're org charts. They're team slides. They're milestone journeys. And so all of these, I'm going to show you how they work. But we have given it some ideas. But sometimes, like the LLM wants you to have a word cloud when you don't want a word cloud in your professional presentation. As soon as it's done, it'll pop up. There we go. OK. So it didn't use the image right. So I'm going to move. It's a good opportunity to show you the image. So I can either search our stock images for AirTag, or I could create one with generative, which I think I did already. But it's a good opportunity to show you that you can create any image you want. We do have a relationship with DALL-E, and again, that's very much dependent on how good you are at prompting. It's not working as fast as I want. So let me go back to stock images for a second. I can type in AirTag, and I can pick whichever one I want, and it pops it in. It's a good opportunity to show you what I mean by smart slides. You can easily change the way the slide is laid out. You can move where the image is. We think those things shouldn't take you much time. There's no reason for you to be shuffling things around. You can see there's a variety also of, this is interesting, it has the S&P branding on it, and I'll show you how to change that. So there's a variety of slides. The timetable, a lot of the, I haven't obviously been able to look at this to see how accurate it is, but it does usually cite the sources. Another thing you can do is quickly switch out the logos. We have a huge file of logos. You don't need to copy and paste them. And I'm just going to show you, if you wanted to add a milestone, for example, you could quickly just add a milestone, and it just makes things a lot easier than I'm sure what you guys have tried in the past. So that gives you an example of a full slide presentation. You can add an individual slide. And this is where you can choose from, again, many smart slides. A lot of our slides, we have a huge library of things that you can do, everything from adding a URL and having the URL be able to scroll. You can add video. You can even do video overlay. So you'll get an opportunity to try the product, but I just did want to mention that. But for today, we're going to generate one, again, with the AI prompts. The more information you give it, the better the result will be. So I'm going to use a prompt, create a slide using a chart. Let's see. You guys can read that. There we go. Okay. So again, if we give you a starting place, or you've given yourself a starting place with one sentence, or maybe you've given some context, you still might want to add slides. We are cloud-based. You can move slides around. One thing that's really nice that I want to mention is that you can have a library of slides within your company or organization. And with that library, you can have the different presentations. If you update it in the library, it can then update across all those platforms. Some other things about the smart slide, you can change the chart type. Maybe you want columns. Maybe you want it filled. You can add an additional chart. So another thing you can do within the data is that you can import data from a lot of our partners, or maybe you want to just drag and drop. So that's kind of an example of that. With, let's see, I did want to see if we could put in, I'm just kind of showing you what it produced. We'll see if the image will work again. Let's see. So again, if I want to swap out this image, it'll allow me to generate. And I use this quite a bit. Really like playing pickleball, so you might see some of the images that I've created about pickleball on here. If the Wi-Fi is not working well enough today, I don't know if I can. There we go. So there's pickleball. But so I'm going to use the same prompt. Again, as you know, with AI, you are going to likely get different results for the same prompt. Let's see. So we'll try that again. This actually is used a little bit less than other of our features, but we do allow you to import other, if there's other tools that have created a great AI picture for you, then absolutely you can import it. So this is what it came up with. I actually like the other one better, so I can just pop that right in. Another thing is about the branding that I mentioned. You can switch to a different theme. So maybe you want to go with our beautiful theme or some of our inspirational themes. And you can select it, and it will change your entire presentation. So there we go. And then I'm going to just go back here. So we're so excited for all of you to try it, because really what's special about our tool is not often only the end result. You often don't know how someone got to their presentation. What we really pride ourselves on is how easy it is to create the presentations, and so I really encourage you to use it. This is 3 months free of Team or Pro. Team, like I mentioned, is really much more collaborative. I hope you'll try that if you're in a big team or a small team. So hopefully you guys can take advantage of that. And we have a booth in the back where you can demo the product today. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions. I can steer you in the right direction, and I'll be standing over there as well. So thank you guys so much. Really excited to share Beautiful with you.
Approach me and pour a bit of your love. Then I cup. And in LA, people don't dance at parties, baby. But in London, we tear it up, so maybe you can go crazy. 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 You can
Guess what? If you're a Pro Pass holder, you can get pizza upstairs, if you haven't figured that out already. If you're not a Pro Pass holder, there are empanadas for sale just over there. So check that out if you're hungry. Another announcement. At 1 o'clock in workshop room 3, which happens to be right there, we will have Amy He from OpenArt AI. So OpenArt is an incredible design platform that has a lot of generative features, and they also have a booth, and the founder is here too, Coco Ma. So they have a booth there and a workshop right there, beginning in about 30 minutes. So check that out. If you're having a good time today, we'd appreciate maybe a social media mention. If you're up for it, we'd appreciate it. What else? Our next speaker starts in about 10 minutes. We'll have Adam from Buzzy joining us all the way from Australia. But in the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. And Crystal will be over here from Beautiful AI. In fact, Crystal will be at the Beautiful AI sponsor booth, which is right there. It's an even better place to meet Crystal. So if you have any follow-up questions for Crystal on that presentation, go see Beautiful at the sponsor booth right there. I'll see you soon.
Show me, dearly, tell me, just like the bells did, hear them ring. It's been a long, long time. How long to see you again? 'Cause every time you come my way, how it shakes me, how it We stuck together for about a year, but that was a year too long for me. Trying to forget those memories. I wanna tell you how much I've been moving on. So many things for you to see, but I don't wanna waste my energy. I held you down, but you held me back. Throwing my life off track. You had me feeling like I'm losing my mind, but now I'm back better than ever. I never should've lied and told you that I loved you. No, I never should've said that you would be the one. I never should've lied and told you that I need you. All I needed was for us to come undone, undone, undone. My mother told me you're not worth my time, that I couldn't have asked for any less. So I got tangled in your mess. I should have listened to her lesson of love, but when I was young I made mistakes. Had to let go of all that hate. You made me feel like I had nothing else. Began to doubt myself. I started believing I had nothing left. But looking back on all those moments, I never should have lied and told you that I loved you. No, I never should have said that you would be the one. I never should have lied and told you that I need you. All I needed was for us to come undone, undone, undone. I never should have said that you would be the one. Never should have said that you would be the one. No, I never should have lied and told you that I loved you. No, I never should have said that you would be the one. Oh, you know, I never should have lied and told you that I need you. Never know. All I needed was for us to come. All I need is us to come undone. No, I never should have said it now. Oh, you know the one. Never, never know. All I need is us to come undone.
Lost dude, the meaning runs out of my swept away again. Dude, I'm thinking so I'm thinking to you. And we'll shine again. Thinking to you. Suddenly lost so everything to you, and we'll shine again. To you, suddenly lost so. The meaning runs out of my swept away again. Dude, the meaning runs out of my swept away again. I'm late to you. Will shine again. Late to you. Suddenly love so ending. I'm late to you. Will shine again. Late to you.
Okay. Quick announcement before we move on to our next speaker. Already said this, but just to repeat, in workshop room 3 right here, we're going to have an open art workshop hosted by Amy He, and that'll begin at 1 o'clock, so about 15 minutes. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, if you're a Pro Pass holder, the after party will be hosted right here. Thank you to AI Alliance for sponsoring the after party. So come on by at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. With that, I want to welcome our next speaker, Adam Ginsberg. Adam is the founder of Buzzy. Adam's joining us all the way from Sydney, Australia. So I want everyone to say, hey, Adam. Let's wake up and let's welcome Adam. Hey, Adam.
Thanks, Jackson. I'm stoked to be here. I thought maybe I'll start with a bit of an Aussie chant. I'm going to go Aussie, 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 and your response is going to be oi, oi, oi. You ready? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Very good. Cool. So Buzzy is an AI-powered no-code platform. We are trying to allow you to use a prompt and AI to be able to create things really quickly. Let's go. I want to keep this kind of lo-fi, so I'm going to be jumping around, show you some live demos. Hopefully the Wi-Fi and the tech will stand up, but you've got to live in the edge. So to get things kicked off, it'll probably take a few minutes to do it. I thought we'd start with a prompt. This is something I crafted before. We're going to create an app that allows people to discover local artists and galleries in San Francisco. It's given some information over here about the application, what the galleries are, what each artist is, and some of the information. When you're prompting an AI, there's this difficult of providing too little or too much and getting it just right. But don't worry, you can just keep iterating and going through that and trying it out till you get something. So let's, I'm going to just go over here. I'm going to copy my prompt. And let's go to my browser, back to my browser. I'm going to get out of that mode. We're going to go to Buzzy. Now, each one of you can, after the session, go and try this. Go to buzzy.buzz. I'll put some QR codes up later. I'm going to paste that prompt in. I'm going to put my email address in, so you all can email me if you've got any questions or cool stuff to say about Buzzy. That's going to email me. Now, apologies if in here. I have no idea what's going to come up in my email, but again, I'm living on the edge. Let's just... my mum usually calls me about now, and we're going to kick this off. So it's as easy as that to get started. And what it's going to do, it's going to bring up the Buzzy workspace and probably take about 6 minutes to go through that. What it's doing behind the scenes is it's creating an app brief. That's like your specification of your application. So if any of you are consultants in that, usually you would start working with a customer and working out what the brief is and what the spec is. From there, we go on and we create a data model. So we actually create the database. What we're going to be looking at here is allowing you to run a full stack application in the cloud, and then optionally later you can actually create a native application. So we create both web and native apps for this. Once we've got the data model, we can generate the screens. Everything will run to start off with using AI in the browser, and then optionally you can pull it into Figma. So that's where you can start making high fidelity design changes. Just interested to know, who of you are Figma users? This is a design, so a bunch of you. So this is we chose that tool because when we started, we said we were going to do Figma, Adobe XD, InVision, Sketch. We know what happened to the rest of them. So we've currently focused on, I'd love to do stuff, I know we saw Tony before with Wizard. That's another integration I'd love to do. So behind the scenes, we can see here it's generating info for the data tables and things like that. While it's doing that, what I thought I'd do is I'd show you an application that we created. I got COVID just before Christmas, and I was stuck at home. I didn't really get it bad. And I thought, okay, I'll create a sample application that shows you the type of things you can create really quickly. So this is an AI, it was called, I was very, didn't come up with a very good name, it's just called Buzzy Shirt. And you can go online and you can have a look at it, app.buzzyshirt.com. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy another prompt in over here. So we wanted a prompt generating application that integrates with a third party. So we're going to choose a cool image for an AI conference, cyberpunk running on the Golden Gate Bridge, and we're going to submit that. This interface that you see in front of you was created with Buzzy. We used AI to generate the starting point. We then pulled it into Figma, and I've got to say, I'm not skilled in Figma. I'm kind of one of those non-designer people. So I went to my designer who's Figma skills, and I said, hey, this is the starting point. This is what I wanted to build. Make it look cool, and let's optimize it. So the analogy that we use is using AI is like your goal in building an application, web or native, is to get to the top of the mountain. AI will get you part of the way there. It's determined on what you're building, how good the AI is, how good Buzzy is, and specifics of your application, how good your prompt is, and so on. So this is the app that was created. We have a Figma plugin that allows you to come in. That I mentioned before, this is the brief. This is the data model. You can see it's got all the different bits over here. You can then mark up the applications, like the screens, the forms, match the things on the screen to the items in the database. You can start to add actions in that. So it's the human in the loop can come in and add this capability. What we're going to see is what the AI is going to create is the first version of this Figma file, which is really going to accelerate your processing being able to do it. Because our goal is to be able to get you to be able to do the cool stuff, the hard stuff. Now, you might need to bring a designer in or a developer to close that gap and get you to the top of the mountain. We just want to make it faster, easier, more cost-effective. So let's have a look over here. So these are the images that were, I really like that one. When I click preview on T-shirt, that first generation of the images, we went out to a third-party generative AI image creation. It could have been DALL-E. We used Leonardo AI. They're a pretty cool company. They actually happen to be in Sydney, where I'm based. So I just thought, may as well choose something local and start collaborating with them. For the auto processing and this preview, and so everything, again, the full user interface, and that comes from that Figma file. Everything over here, I can add to the order. I can add the sizes. So I'll choose a medium. We'll put a couple of extra larges for me. We'll do that. And then we'll go and we'll confirm that. The backend system that provided this, let me put over here an address line, one, some street. We're not doing street level validation here, but it does city and zip or postcode validation. And then we do this. I was a founder of a company we sold to IBM, and I lived in Boston, so I remember the Cambridge postcode. What it's doing is it's going to an external enterprise system called Printful. I don't know if you've heard of Printful before, but they print lots of stuff. You can put stuff on t-shirts and mugs and that. But for the purpose of this demo, we wanted to show that it was going out, getting a quote, giving them a mock-up of what that pretty cool t-shirt. And then the last step of the process, this was just giving you the Stripe test. It's in test mode, so we didn't actually want to check out. So then we'll actually go through to Stripe and close that transaction. We created this entire application in 2 to 3 days. And then we started iterating on it, giving it to users, getting feedback. We ran through UserBrain. I don't know if any of you have used UserBrain, user testing, like usertesting.com. And we got a lot of feedback, optimize the UI, optimize the process. So we're doing those types of things in a fraction of the time and a fraction of the cost. This would actually, if we turned this off Stripe test mode, this would actually order your t-shirt. I didn't want to do that for a number of reasons, that if people start giving me returns and that, I don't want to just deal with that. We're a software company, not a t-shirt company. It also gets into the whole discussion of who owns the IP on the image creation and stuff. That's not Buzzy's issue. That's a whole other issue to be discussed. But we wanted to give you this. And this is available as a blog article. Please check our website and go and have a look at that blog. So let's have a look at, see how the app generation. Okay, cool. So the app's created. Let's have a look at this. So this is the first version of the app. 44 screens were created, 35 components, 5 data tables, and 17 data fields. They've all been marked up in the application. If I was to give you a brief as a designer to go and create that application, the art one, how long is it going to take you to come up with a brief, come up with a Figma file, and then find a developer to hook it all together and to get it work? We've literally done that in 6 or 7 minutes and got you to that starting point. So here's the, so we can see over here, these are like galleries. Let's have a look over here. Whoops. So there's no reviews. Let's have a look. That one's got no data. It will try and generate some sample data for you. And again, this is where my demo goes a bit of haywire. What I might do is pull into, let's have a look over here. So if we've got artists in here, we can see that it's come up with a bunch of artists and so on. And we can see that it'll also, tie them back to things like galleries. Again, this was just from that prompt, this entire thing was created. You can then pull that file into Figma. So I just, because it takes 6 or 7 minutes just for the purpose of limited amount of time here, I did that very, very quickly. And we can see that it's created, this was one I did earlier today on the same prompt. It's created things like the featured galleries and that. These are all already marked up and so on. This is all based on a UI kit that makes it extremely easy to be able to change this. So you could come into the UI kit, and Figma's changed this, and you could do things over here like change the design. We've got a couple of pre-built ones, so now you can come in and you can change the look and feel incredibly quickly. Again, this is all just standard Figma, best practices Figma running in this file. If I wanted to change that file, and I'm going to, let me go back to my app over here. It takes a bit of time to be able to apply those changes. So I won't do that again because we're on a limited amount of time, but those components are reused across the application and it will refresh this application. And the only thing you need to do to get the updated working application is hit the update button here, and literally like 40 seconds later, it's live and running. So this app, if we looked at this application over here, this was one that I generated earlier. It's got like local artist. You can also now chat with the application before you pull it into Figma. So I could say, make a simple design change on the home page to make the list of artists sorry, I can't spell. My nickname is Adma, because I can't spell my own name. So I'm going to make a simple design page on the home page to make the list of artists a table view. And let's click that. So this AI is intelligent. It will allow you to make a certain number of changes to the application straight from the AI before you jump in and you start doing high fidelity stuff in Figma. So you can see over here that it's understood that instruction. If it doesn't, it will come back to you and say, hey, what did you really mean? Or what did you want to do over here? It'll try and direct you along the right path. And then it will take a bit of time and regenerate that design and do that. Imagine doing that in Figma and changing that and having to take all the components out and map them and that. This is just going to make it much, much easier and faster for you to be able to do that. So that's really our goal, to be able to do that. And that will take a bit of time over that. So just while we're waiting, I talked before about prompting. One of the things I always say is that when you're coming up with a prompt, speak to it like it's a 5-year-old. Give it very clear, simple instructions in terms of what you want to do, what are the data items that you want to deal with, what's the relationship between those data items, and as simple as possible. I was joking this morning with one of the workshops, and I said, it's like, if you can treat it like a 5-year-old, you're going to do well. I've got a 17-year-old, my second kid, and he's an absolute nightmare. That's way harder than talking to a 5-year-old, so he doesn't listen to anything. The other thing, that the top of the item, the first item there, is that treat it like a co-pilot. This is going to help you. It's not going to complete your application. It's like when you type something into an image generator, it's not exactly what you want, and you can start prompting and getting into an argument with it. At some point in time, you need to stop and say, I'm going to jump into Figma now and be able to go and customize it and take it to the next level. And again, there is a certain level that you need to find depending on the specific application that you're building, which is what is just right. I've had people come to me and say, it doesn't work. I said, well, what prompt did you put in? They said, make a dashboard. I was saying, what's on your dashboard? What information do you want? So those things are really important, is finding that balance and just trying it out. It can't hurt. It's going to take a few minutes. You've got to wait, but it's a lot faster than doing it manually. I'll show you. I just wanted to show you, it's still doing that one, so it's taking its time. Let's go into here. I'm going to go into manage. One of the things that's sitting behind the scenes is a full database, like a content management system for the application that was created. This is a real live database, a real application that's sitting in a cloud. Underneath the covers, it's sitting on Kubernetes infrastructure, can be scaled horizontally, vertically. If you deploy on your own server on Buzzy, it's single tenant. We wanted to do that so you can scale it independent infrastructure that can be scaled. And then you have the option as well of taking it out into the App Store, so Android or iOS as well. For that technology, we use React Native. It's got offline capabilities, pretty cool, saves you all that painful development that we go through providing you that infrastructure. So I wanted to give you just a quick snapshot of where we're going. We're spending a ton of time making the AI smarter. I mentioned before, inside that chat, we're doing more and more. I wanted to have ready, but we didn't quite get there for this week, the ability to change the look and feel. So you can go and say, give this a summer look and feel and that, and we'll generate the Figma file. Behind the scenes, what we're generating with the Figma file is a standard Figma file. It's using things like auto layouts. You're using capabilities like we're using the variables. They've changed this. Is it under here now? Theme. Wait, I think I need to click into something. If you go to components, over here. Wait, oops. You can like if you wanted to change, let's say one of the components in the UI kit. Where is it? So if you wanted to change something, you can come in here and you can, let's have a look. and then you can get into variables, if those of you know, so it makes it very quick and easy to change a massive part of the application. The AI is working with that. The other things that we're doing, we are going to give you more capabilities to use the AI to change specific components on the screen. So you'll be able to say, hey, you know what, make that white or make that blue or add this functionality, add a field to that data table. At the moment, it all works at a fairly macro level, and if you want to get into that micro level, you need to jump into Figma, but we will be providing that. We're going to also be providing screen models for better working out things like flow, and the integrations where, for example, in the T-shirt app, we wrote Lambda functions for integration with Printful and with Leonardo AI. We'll provide you some no-code ways of doing that. So we're looking at tools like Zapier and what's the other one? Really, where we're at with the product. Again, our focus is just to make it easier for you, give you a starting point, and accelerate you up the mountain so you can start to do the really, really cool stuff. Love to see what you create. Please don't hesitate to reach out. Give it a go. This is going to give you free access to the product. You won't have to pay anything, that top QR code. So please jump on there and grab that. The second one is a special offer that we've got available. There's a 75% discount on getting your own Buzzy deployment going, so your own server on your own domain name. So please grab that while it lasts, and love to speak to you afterwards. We've got a workshop at 2 o'clock. We'll be actually going and building some of the stuff and doing some cool things. Thanks, everybody. Awesome to be here.
Guess what? If you want to talk to Adam, Adam's going to be over there at the high top table in just a few minutes. What else? Adam's also hosting a workshop at 2 p.m. So that workshop is in room 3 there. The best way to get an idea of what's on the schedule is go to AIuserconference.com and check the agenda. You can sort by main stage, which is here, workshop 3, which is upstairs and available to everybody. Workshops 1 and 2 are for pro passes down there. So lots to do here. Also visit our sponsors. If you're here for this announcement already, you can listen again. Our after party will be on Wednesday here at 8 p.m. So dinner break, come on back. Pro pass holders, we have an after party right here at the Hibernia. It's going to be a great experience. With that, I'll announce our next speaker in about 2 minutes. We're trying to stay on time due to the live stream virtual audience. And see you soon.
fight for love when the world has broken you. I know the times are rough, When you're down, keep looking up. Do you fight for love when the world has broken you? I know the times are rough. When you're down, keep looking up. Do you fight for love when the world has broken you? I know the times are rough. When you're down, keep looking up. Do you fight for love when the world has broken you? I know the times are rough. When you're down, keep looking up.
Another special announcement. Remember how I said to check AIuserconference.com for the most up-to-date scheduling for the event? Well, it turns out there's an error. Well, there's not an error, but there's an update. Aisha Salim is sick, so she couldn't be here. She's from Instacart, so we wish her well. She's at home. She's feeling better soon, I hope. But we have someone stepping in, and that is Meredith Hassett, Senior Developer Advocate at Canva. So please help me welcome Meredith from Canva, stepping in at the last minute for Aisha. Let's say hello to Meredith.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am going to be presenting a talk I did at AI User Group for Developers a couple weeks ago, because this was extremely last minute. Jackson asked me literally 5 minutes ago, so please bear with me as I try to present on the spot here. It's really a test of my job. But yeah, I'm excited to share a little bit about how to build a great UI from Canva's perspective on AI. So if you're not familiar with Canva, it's a design tool that you can utilize to create lots of assets from marketing materials to social media and more. This presentation actually is entirely done in Canva as well. And we have an app store that we launched last year to the public in June at our Canva developers event called Canva Extend, which is a sweatshirt I'm wearing. And since we've launched that app store, we've had over 100 apps, including over 50 of those being AI apps, live on our app store. And we've reviewed many, many, many more than that. So we've learned a lot of tips and tricks to make a really good UI experience for your AI app through our experience. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about how to build a great UI for your AI from a non-designer at a design-oriented company. So I'll give you some tips that we've learned from our experience. We'll then go ahead and try to live fix an app together, and then I'll show you some resources as well. So here are some of the things that we've learned as a company from reviewing lots and lots of AI apps from a lot of third-party AI developers out there. How many of you are an AI startup or starting out on your AI journey and trying to bring a product to market? A few of you? Okay. So this could be really helpful for you as you're continuing to develop that, or even if you already have a product, you might get some information here that could be beneficial for your product. So the first tip I want to look at. Now, you guys are actually designers this time. The developers had no idea what was wrong with these UIs when I tried this. For those designers in the room, any thoughts of what about this UI could be improved or isn't ideal? No? No? Okay, how many people are familiar with the Canva editor? Has everyone used Canva? A decent amount. Okay. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Canva editor, this is a snapshot of the Canva side panel. So if I actually just zoom out for a second, it's that real estate here on that black side panel. And jump back right back in. So when we're talking about a limited amount of pixel width, we want to be really cognizant of how we're laying out that page to maximize the amount of user inputs we're able to accept. So by actually thinking about the vertical layout a little bit more, because we don't have the entire real estate of the screen here, we're actually able to get a lot more user input onto that page by better utilizing our vertical layouts. So here, not only are we able to change how many inputs we have available for our users to select, we're also able to add additional ones, which means that a user no longer has to be a prompt engineering genius to be able to use our AI. We're able to make them select a couple of those beforehand so that they are getting a better result once they're creating it by allowing, really thinking about how we're using that real estate, laying it out a little bit better, and allowing users to select more options as opposed to forcing them to try to type it into their prompt. Our next tip is also about vertical layout. Any thoughts on what could be improved here? No? OK. Let's think about the button layout, right? The primary action that we want a user to do is to actually generate that image, actually use our technology. By putting the amount of credits you have, which really isn't a foundational component of your app, it's just letting users know what they can continue to do, we're taking it away and we're making users continue to have to scan the screen to try to find where that primary action is. Again, let's utilize that vertical real estate. If we don't need all of it, don't use all of it. Make sure that you focus in on making sure that the primary action, your primary mode that you want a user to interact with your application is really easy to find and really obvious to be able to create a better app. Our third tip is, any ideas here? Around loading. How many people have seen a loading bar that just kind of sits at like 5%? Now all of a sudden you jump up to 70%, and then you sit there a while, and then you jump up to 80%. It's really arbitrary. What does that actually mean to a user? It never actually is representative of the amount of time that it actually takes to load an image. So let's go ahead and remove those percentages. And let's also think about the loading experience. If your AI takes a while, that's OK, but don't let users think that they can change the input values while that information is loading. If all of these text boxes are enabled while my AI is actually loading, I, as a user, think, oh, crap, maybe I can actually go ahead and change that input. I really didn't actually want an Australian accent. I wanted an English accent or an American accent. And then when the output comes back to me and doesn't have that change, I'm going to be really confused. Remove all of those options to make sure that a user doesn't think that they can change during that loading experience of your AI to make sure that they are getting an expected output from their inputs into your application. So for longer loading, we highly recommend offloading it to a different screen to enable users to understand kind of what's happening in the application. Also providing an option to cancel it if they realize they've made a mistake and want to go back. This also will save you some GPU costs as well, because you're not going to be processing the entire request, only to have them try it again and try it again and try it again. Our next tip is around user input. How many text boxes do you see on this screen, text inputs? 1, 2, 3, 4? 4, I see 4, 4, 4. You are wrong. There is one text input on here. So let's go ahead and clean that up and make it more obvious what actually is a text input for users. So those were actually just some pre-selected example text that we wanted to show users, because sometimes it's really helpful to provide them starting points for their text inputs. Let's go ahead and clean that up, make it more obvious what is actually a text input field, where the prompt is actually going, to allow them to make a proper selection and understand what they are selecting. So by changing the layout of our pre-selected options, it's more obvious that those are suggestions or helpful starter inputs and not actually text inputs that I can change. Additionally, with our language selection, we're going to go ahead and change that and make it a little bit more obvious what options there are for language. But let's look at that one a little bit more in detail. So if we go ahead and look at that expanded menu of languages that are available, there's a lot of choice here. Is that a really good user experience? Am I, as a user, going to be able to make a choice really easily, be able to find really easily the language or dialect that I'm looking for? Not necessarily. So by changing this around a little bit, enabling you to filter and sort and also search a little bit more obviously, it's going to be a much easier user experience, and I'm able to find what I'm looking for a lot faster, and I'm not going to get frustrated and give up. I'm actually going to be able to get to the point where I am going to be able to generate audio from this application as well. Also, by limiting the amount of selections that are available to a user at the very, very beginning, You're removing that paralysis of choice by making it really easy for them to go from 0 to 1. And then if they really want a specific language, then they can go ahead and search for it. But go with those most obvious choices or those most used choices, most popular choices, and only show those before showing everything that is available. Our next tip is around buttons. How many primary actions should be on one screen? 1. How many are on this screen? 2. So what do I do here? Is this a generation page, or is this a start a new or an add to a design page? Really focus in on highlighting what you want a user to do in this space. So once my image is already created, I really want a user to add that to a design. So that's going to be my primary action. If I want a user to start over or recreate something, separate that out, make it really obvious what the primary action is that you want a user to do in that space. But if you want to keep those other options there, keep them separate, make sure it's obvious that this is going to be a net change and you're creating a net new design here as well. So always, always, always have just one primary action on a page. And the last tip I want to talk about is, anyone have any idea what this app does? No, neither did I when I saw it either. This is a caption generation app. Not obvious. So what we want to do is actually make it a little bit clearer what you can do with this app. You upload an image, and that image will return a caption. In this example, I uploaded an image of a cartoon cart. A cartoon cat, and it's much more obvious that what was returned to me is a caption that I can now add to my design if I want to make my design more accessible. I'm also able to see the original image. My primary action is very clear about adding my caption to the design, and it's very obvious how to start over here as well. So by cleaning up these little things, it really makes your app so much more usable and so much more obvious to a user what they're supposed to be doing, what the intent of your app is, and what the value add of is. And all of these examples that I just showed you are actual apps from our app store in their before state. Then they go through our app review process, and then this is our end state. So we've really helped a lot of users improve their app, a lot of developers improve their app experience through our design review process, and by providing them all of these tips that we have learned as a design company in our 10 years of experience, and helping them apply it to their apps as well. And we've also heard from users that they've taken this and applied it back to their primary app. So they've gone back to their website or their app or their desktop app and modified it to be able to include all of these tips and tricks that they've learned from our app review process. Now with that, let's actually go ahead and try to fix the UI of an app. So I'm going to have a fake text-to-image AI app. I actually haven't tested this today, so I have no idea if it's going to work, so bear with me. But what we're going to do is we're going to create a really simple text-to-image app that takes a user input and returns an image that I can then use in my design. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over here. Oops. All right. So I need to go back a little bit. I believe it's in projects. What's in here? Yes. OK. Sorry. Again, I was asked to do this like 5 minutes before this started, so just need to get things up and running real fast. All right. So I'm going to actually start at my local development environment. So this is actually going to be starting the Canva Apps SDK Starter Kit. So this is what you could use if you were trying to build your app into Canva. And what this will do is it'll actually start my local server. And with my local server started, I can actually, go ahead and I want to go to our Canva dev portal. And I can actually go ahead and start testing my app live inside of the Canva editor. So my app is running on my local server, and then this is a productive version of Canva, and my app's actually running inside of it right now. So in this case, I have a button, a text input field, and what it's supposed to do is generate an image for me from an inference model that I currently stole from Hugging Face and put up here. If I go ahead and generate image, oh, apparently I didn't undo all of the changes that I, guys, this is what happens when you actually have to present on the spot here. Let's see, oh no, okay. What app is it running? Sorry, give me a second while I figure out what project I actually have running here. Yeah, it's already open. You know what I probably didn't do? Save my changes. Oops, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna rewind, back out some of those changes that I already made. And now, okay, let's go ahead and reload our app. So in this case, if I'm a text-to-image app and I want users to input a prompt and then generate a result, if I don't have any sort of indication about loading state, I'm just gonna slam that button as a user because I don't understand what's happening until I get a result. That's gonna run up your GPU charges immensely. You don't want a user kicking off multiple instances of your AI unless you really enjoy really high usage costs. Does anyone enjoy that? Probably not. So one of the really key things to do here is to make sure that button is disabled and in a loading state once a user presses it so they know something has actually happened. Yeah, so now we're getting a couple images being generated because I just smashed that button and it doesn't really know what to do with that. So Canva, oops, before I jump over there, Canva actually has a lot of UI components that we've created for you to make it really simple for you to build your app as well. So if I go ahead and look up a button in our storybook, here, I'll just go ahead and zoom in a little bit better. You can see we actually have a lot of properties already available from that button. So it's really, really easy for me to add the state of the button, add a loading action to the button, make sure that it's disabled, stretch it so it fits the entire screen. So a lot of this is going to be responsive out of the box. So then, as you saw what I did earlier, what we're going to go ahead and do is use that loading state. And we're going to check to see if the state, I forget what my state variable is called. Sorry, pause, please. Loading state is equal to loading. So by simply setting that property, using a little bit of React code, I'm able to then add that loading state. I'm going to go ahead and save my changes this time, go back to my app. And now when we click Generate Image, it will automatically add that loading state. So it's really obvious to a user that there is something happening. Please don't smash my button. Please don't run up my CPU charges. Please just wait for a response to come back from the AI. Now, the other thing that we might want to consider here too is making sure that we only show the image card once the image is available. So if we don't have the value of the sample URL, don't show that. So if you don't show any placeholders until it's absolutely necessary to show placeholders. So by just go ahead and heading and using our state and wrapping it in that, so we just want to make sure that loading state equals success in this case. And then we can go ahead and show our image card. Did I do something wrong? No, yeah. What did I do wrong? Oh. Y'all, I backed out all of the changes from the wrong example. My bad. Also, quotation marks are really critical here. So again, we're going to go ahead. I don't know. Anyone have a good prompt idea here? Okay, fine. Cat doing yoga. So we'll go ahead and generate an image. We only want to show that image card once that image is actually ready. We also can use, we have loading state indicators as well. So if I wanted to have like a placeholder image. Here we go, yeah. Sorry, loading. We have loading indicators. We have placeholder images. Oops. Oopsies. So you can also create like a loading state easily with our UI components to show a progress as well, that like we're trying to generate something, we're going to create it, and by using our progress or our placeholder images, you can also show kind of the shapes that are going to be coming down the line. And then once our image actually resolves, it'll actually show up in our side panel, and then we're really easily able to add it to our application just by clicking it. But another thing that you might want is to be able to drag that image onto that page. So with our image, oops, I keep going to the wrong place, guys, sorry. With our image cards, we're also able to add an on-drag start event as well, which enables us to really quickly add the ability to drag an image from the side panel into our image as well. So making sure that it's really obvious and consistent with the design experience throughout the application. So in Canva, when you go to add anything to a design, you can always expect to be able to drag and drop it onto the page. Making sure that it's a consistent experience, whether it's an app or even in your own application, or just making sure that it's a consistent experience of how users interact with elements and add them to your page or create designs, it's going to make it a lot simpler to create a good user experience where users want to continue to use your product. Also, I didn't practice this, so I have no idea how I am on time. Do I need to wrap up or? Okay, cool. Thank you guys for bearing with me as I present on the spot here. I'm just gonna wrap up real quickly and point you to some of the things that we helped use today. So our Apps SDK is what enables us to actually interact with the Canva canvas. So if you want to bring your AI tech into Canva, we have a lot of resources to help you actually interact with the different spaces within Canva. We have that UI kit as well, which is a lot of React pre-built components that are responsive to screen size, including mobile devices, because a lot of our Canva users actually are on mobile. And so this will provide you a lot of tools to help you get started building your UI even faster. We have plenty of guides, again, from our experience of building a design front-forward company. So we have plenty of design guides and common patterns that you will see. And then a little bit about our app review process, so you can learn a lot about how those apps actually went from the first page to that second page and improving their app experience. And you can always learn more at canva.dev. And I will also invite you, we are doing a workshop at 3 p.m. in workshop room 3, where we'll go over all of Canva's AI features, including our ChatGPT integration, the entire Magic Studio that we have embedded in Canva, and then also take a look at the Canva developers experience a little bit more if you're interested in diving a little bit deeper on this and getting hands-on keyboard. Thank you guys all for bearing with me as I presented this super last minute. I appreciate it. And hopefully you learned a little something about UI today.
Thank you so much, Meredith. Meredith is hosting a workshop in workshop room 3, right over here, at 3 p.m. So if you want to visit a Canva workshop hosted by Meredith, check it out at 3 p.m. On that note, at 2 p.m. in the workshop room, we'll have Adam from Buzzy. So a Buzzy workshop will occur at 2, Canva at 3. In a moment, we'll start a roundtable discussion with John Knack, Sophia Schvetz, and Katie Despende. So just a moment, we'll get started with that. Okay. Thanks for joining us for this roundtable discussion. The topic is best practices for using image generation tools in production. I'd like to welcome our panelists, and actually I'd like to give each of you a chance to introduce yourself. Maybe just say your name, your role at the company, and the company. Sophia, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Sophie. I'm the CEO of Clade AI. We are AI product photography studio in building solutions for e-commerce with generative AI.
Hey everybody, my name's John. I have spent the last 24 years between Adobe and Google, most recently working on Adobe Firefly, and I am unemployed actually at the moment. I'm making a change to Microsoft, so that should be interesting. Anyway, really happy to be here. Would love to chat with folks after this.
Hey everyone, I'm Katie, founder and CEO of Simplified. We've been building this one app to create, collaborate, and scale your content. So all your AI apps in one place. So give it a try. Before we kick off this session, can we give a round of applause for Jackson, because guy is working really hard.
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. So, topic, successful approaches for generating production-ready images with AI. What are the most successful approaches you've seen your customers or users take to generate production-ready images with AI? What is the biggest success story you've seen among designers for producing professional images with Gen AI? Sophie, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, definitely. So in our case, we have pretty precise application, and I will be demoing it later, that we help designers, marketers to create visuals for their products. So the biggest success for us, and that we've seen that it was using live on the websites. We have a bunch of shops that are using generated product photography live, and it saves tons of money and costs with shooting stuff. So that's something that we are really proud of. But on the biggest success, and I asked if we can name not our product, the one that I actually really liked, and I think that what generative AI is opening new opportunities, is actually personalization. So recently, the one campaign that I liked was Coca-Cola's campaign that was using with collaboration with OpenAI, that they were customizing bottles for Diwali holiday. And I thought that it's such a cool touch to give their users a power to do something custom with the brand and with the very special occasion that they have.
It's interesting you say that. It just brought to mind, right when DALL-E first shipped, I had a friend working at a design agency, and they were working with the Salvador Dalí Museum. And I connected them with OpenAI folks, and they actually used DALL-E, the imaging model, in the Dalí Museum to have people come up and actually like co-create art, kind of whatever you could imagine you could see.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, I think one of the big questions that has come up a lot as we were building Firefly was around commercial safety and viability. And if you're, just maybe working with a small client, maybe that's less of a concern. But if you're working with, let's say, Coca-Cola or Nike, British Airways, whatever, one of the big concerns has been, well, where is the data sourced, and is it going to be safe for me to use, or will it potentially produce a problem? Adobe made the choice to only source things which had been explicitly licensed, so mostly Adobe Stock and other resources. As a result, it's possible to indemnify users, which is a pretty nerdy topic, but basically, if you're going to get sued, you'll have somebody standing behind you, right? And so I would say most likely the most successful uses of Firefly, at least, probably are things you don't notice, because people kind of surgically apply it inside of Photoshop. Really, that's been the biggest product market fit. It's not even, I want to make an image from scratch, or even that I want to insert something, so much as it is, hey, I just want to remove something. I wish I had content or fill that was a lot smarter. And so, for me, defining success often comes down to, what does winning look like? Is it, I want to make a completely dynamic brand campaign? It might be, and I want to do that live in production. That's totally fair. But for a lot of people, kind of starting small in this very sort of commercially safe, localized way, I think has produced a lot of value right away.
So we have seen a wide variety of usage in AI. For example, we have seen some freelancers winning their next contract because they submitted the best images as compared to their peers. Or some marketer is generating last minute, scrambling for that last minute image, and they don't know how to write a prompt. Putting that prompt, general like, hey, I need this, and that image comes out, and their boss gives them accolades for, hey, this was like really amazingly done presentation. And those people, when they give us high five on our chat support or like reach out, say thank you, those are the main success moments we have seen. And we have seen like wide variety of, or even somebody is like building some, like just showcasing like, hey, I want to use AI images as a way of like meditate, just put my thoughts. Or even recently, one interesting example, I have like 2-year-old, 2.5-year-old and 7-year-old. And I asked them like scribble to art, for example, and they're scribbling like something. And when AI generates something for them, you can see the smile and the happiness on those kids. It's like unparalleled. So this is what's success for us when we are looking at AI images.
So I've asked you for a success story. Tell me, if you can, tell me about a failure. Tell me about something that isn't production ready or was intended to be production ready and just hasn't. Sophie, what do you think?
There's so many. I would say that not production ready yet, because like at this pace of acceleration, in 6 months it might not be the case. In our case, definitely, as we specialize in product photography, one of the most frequent requests and question that we get asked is about humans, because people want to promote and showcase their products, but then it's used by us, right? By humans, holding product, interacting with products. So we've done a lot of tests with humans, but I think it's still something that we're not fully confident to roll out, just because as humans, we are very good at detecting something that is like not good, like face expressions, some little artifacts in the eyes. And so as I said, it's progressing so fast. So I'm truly a believer that this year we will have very photorealistic humans, especially we already have humans with text to image. So vertical application like ours always comes next.
And maybe I'll just double click on what Sophie said. What is beautiful is very subjective because we come from like different background, different culture, different stuff. So something that is what AI generates, the training set it had while it training, and what is beautiful to AI, it's very different for what John might see beautiful. It may not be beautiful and relevant for me. What is Sophie will. So that is the biggest challenge, I would say, defining that and creating that personalized, like putting that, contextualizing that beautification in AI is difficult. And another thing which we have seen, which was like very surprising. So as a builder, when we build the tool, we have some specific thing in mind, like, oh, probably all our products or all our users will use product for scribble to art or like doing something beautiful. One fine day, we have seen sudden load on our servers, and we started monitoring the generations, and we have seen some not so good people or bad actors were generating like pornographic content. They were like trying a lot of different prompts. So when you prepare these kind of systems, you need to put enough safety things in place. I think as an industry, we need to, there is no standardization across the models. Each one is doing their ad hoc thing. So probably having some sort of a standard common underneath pattern so that way we can make these images commercial and safe for everybody. I'm sure there will be another models which will do for particular use cases. And I'm sure like John has more unique examples also in this area.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, just yesterday somebody was DMing me on Twitter, and he was mad because he wanted in Photoshop to cut somebody's arm off and have blood spraying everywhere. Ooh. So, okay, should Photoshop let you do that? Maybe, but it's debatable, right? And so just as there are beauty standards, there are ethics standards, like what things are okay to depict and not. A couple things. I would say, first of all, you know, I'm here today. I would love to talk to you guys and kind of find out, failure-wise, what are things you're trying that are frustrating? If you've ever heard of jobs to be done as a methodology, the guy who came up with it said, if I can't find the struggle, I move on. So I always love to know where people are struggling. One thing, kind of like Sophie was saying, with humans, we're all really super well attuned to any strangeness, right? The uncanny valley, famously, it's like if you watch the Polar Express, people look a little off. I would say brands are similarly hyper attuned to exactly how their products are presented, right? So if you're dealing with Nike, it can't just be an Air Jordan or a Nike shoe. It has to be that one with the exact stitching. If you're working with Chanel or Coca-Cola, the way their bottle looks has to be perfect. So what I've seen people doing in the near term is combining actual product photography, where it really is the bottle or the shoe, with AI synthesized imagery. And that can really be effective at producing a large number of assets. Could be different aspect ratios, different moods, but you're not taking the risk of inadvertently messing up this really important brand asset. I think, as you're saying, over the course of the next year, almost certainly the training technology will get better, and I think you then could dynamically synthesize product imagery. But in the short term, taking sort of a hybrid approach of quote unquote real photos with synthetic pixels seems to be working pretty well.
There is one more thing I want to say. When you're deploying this model at scale, this is a high compute intensive task. And when scalability and keeping the price consistent is a big challenge for any startups in a different stages. Running the AI at scale is a big challenge unless you are limiting users. So delivering consistent experience to user at efficient cost is a big challenge. And availability of those GPUs and everything, so that way there is a consistent experience to users and less disruption in their experience.
Yep.
So John mentioned the importance of speaking to users and getting feedback. We've talked about successes and failures. How do you measure success and failure of a new Gen AI feature? Is there a numeric way to do this? What are some KPIs you can share about finding out if a feature is a success or not?
I mean, for me, a lot comes down to figuring out, okay, what is the readiness of the tech, and then where can we successfully apply it today versus down the line? So something people really seem to love is ideation. For me, I've had a little time now, walking the dog a lot. I'll see some interesting graffiti, and I'll take a picture of that. I'm like, oh, I wonder, if it were a different word, but riffing on that visual style, how would that look? So I don't have any intention to, commercially use that. I'm just trying to kind of visualize something interesting. Or I'll come up with like a silly dad joke pun for my kids, and I'll be like, oh, what would that look like as Lego? And so those are kind of silly uses, but we talk to a lot of creators, and just for getting ideas out there, I think, Katie, you were talking like, sometimes you ask for something, the AI will interpret in a way you probably wouldn't have, but you're like, well, that's actually interesting. I mean, I didn't mean that, but now that you mention it, it takes me in a fresh direction. So there, the commercial safety or the production readiness is less of a concern. So I feel like a lot of people are having success there. The other part, as I mentioned, is with a tool like Photoshop, generally folks aren't trying to make something from complete whole cloth. Really, it's like, hey, I've got this shot. For example, I came up here, the Blue Angels were flying over. I got a great shot of the 4 airplanes, but I missed the wing on one of them. I'm like, I wish I could just extend the canvas a little bit, right? And sort of like Matan was showing with video. It's like if it's just these little changes, likely being a little bit more modest in your goal, I think can get you something very actionable right now. And then, as we were all saying, probably by the time we're done with this 20-minute talk, there'll be some new state-of-the-art that we all missed on Twitter, and then that'll have solved these problems. So we won't have to wait long.
Yeah. And some sort of building this thumbs up, like human expressions, when they generate something, also using LLMs to improve their prompts, or giving some presets is like kind of easy way to simplifying this whole thing. Because not every user is not very tech savvy, or they don't know how to write these prompts. So when we are building our AI text to image generation, we are always thinking from like, how can I grandfather or like someone who not necessarily tech savvy can generate these images. Can I give them like 2 clicks, and then it's almost like capture their thought process at early on, so that way we can give them desired results. And once the results are out, I mean, of course, there will be like, we're still in a early stages of this AI image to art or these generations. So having some sort of like thumbs up, human expression like Facebook style, thumbs up, thumbs down, love, share, download, and then measuring those, getting that information back and sort of retraining your systems or acting on it. Also sometimes human curation. There is no way, let's say for example, if certain prompts start generating bad results on it proactively, or certain, let's say, artist style, if there is a copyright infringement or something. So as a company, we need to be responsible citizen of AI to take those content back and make sure that we don't run into this, or the people who are using our tools don't run into this copyright infringement. It is still a gray area, but we are trying our best to kind of confine it.
Okay, I've got another question. Speaking of things going into production and practical use cases, one issue I think many users have encountered is balancing creativity and consistency with their generation practices. How do you strike a balance between leveraging AI image generation tools for creative design exploration and maintaining a consistent visual identity in your projects?
Yeah, to me it's a fascinating question because it's sort of like, what do you want at a given moment, right? Do I want a happy accident? Do I want to be maybe provoked or challenged? Or do I want to just get a specific thing? So for me, for example, my brother bought a truck. He hauls milk for a living. And he wanted something really simple, which was just 3 cows, 2 standing up and 1 lying down. And now maybe things are better now, but as of August, I could not get a single model to do it for me. So I had something very specific, and you'd think that's pretty trivial, but it really wasn't. And it was a lot of like, hacking at it and copying and pasting and trickery. One thing I do think is helpful in production, at least in Firefly, is now there's the ability to upload a reference image for style. And you can then use that image in concert with lots of different prompts. You can also save that as a favorite, and you can even share the link with the reference image in it. So, for example, let's say you have like an interesting metallic sectionally. Now it's not perfect, but for the phase where you have something clearer in your mind's eye, I think having that modality will help. And then down the line, other techniques like maybe using 3D primitives can get you something that more regularly adheres to what you have in mind. But I also, like I say, I think it really depends what phase you want to augment with the tools today.
Sophie?
Yeah, that's a billion-dollar question that a lot of developers try to answer. So in our case, and I will be demoing these methods later, so definitely we are adding some limitations that will give a little bit more input to things. So like if we can get more and more inputs, that you get more desirable results. So we have a possibility to upload templates. We have a possibility even to upload the backgrounds that you generated elsewhere and you are like in love with. Because I know that a lot of creatives spend hours reprompting, prompting, and then like finally you have your perfect shot. So we want to give it this opportunity to be able to reuse them and do not change them if you love them in that way.
I think I have 2 points in this one particular thing. First is the way we are using the tooling. So we need to almost like keep re-educating users again and again and again, because how do you balance creativity? If you look at like at least our generation, maybe next generation will be different, because our generation, when we started using the paintbrush early days, if you remember those who use paintbrush, I think from there to now, somehow we lost our creativity along the way, and we focused a lot more on learning tools. And I think with AI, what's happening is, it's almost like that tooling overload is going away, and now we need to start harnessing our creativity again. So for now, to answer your first question, to ensure you deliver like on brand. What we encourage our users to set sort of a brand book, style guides, so that way when we are generating, we know what are the guardrails, which words to use, which styles are, who is their target audience. So that way we can almost like, it's almost like we are in a stage of self-driving car where you still need a co-passenger to sit and guide like, okay, if I'm going to press a brake here because maybe like it's speeding up, probably in next, I mean, since years of progress is happening in days, I would say next 6 to 12 months, AI will be way more smarter to understand like, okay, there is a speed bump, I'm going to press a brake here. So that's the second thing. And then I think for future generations to come, I think maintaining that creativity and just giving, like reducing that cognitive overload of tooling that's where we are heading. And hopefully that will start striking the balance as we bring. And another thing is like, everything is not chat. I think it's when we are building this UX experience also, you need to think like, how can you allow users to places where they can have contextual AI, so that way the tooling, the capabilities are available immediately to them. So that way they can continue to do what they are looking for, but make them look smarter to achieve the desired results.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated this discussion. Let's give the three panelists a round of applause. John Nack, KD, and Sophia.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
If you want to follow up with KD will be at the booth for Simplified. John Nack, he'll be around. And actually, if you want to follow up with any of the speakers, they can be at the high top table just over here for Q&A. So, thank you, John. Just give me a moment. I'm going to do a set change here, an elaborate set change, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Only my love survives. A long crawl with the tide. All else at the door will be denied. Only my love survives. Only my love survives. Only my love survives. Only my love survives. Only my love survives.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very excited to announce our next presenter. Welcome, Chun.
Is my microphone working? I don't think it's working. Can you hear me?
You're good, you're good.
All right, hey everyone. Super excited to be here. Designer Day is my favorite day. First, I wanted to do a quick room check. How many of you here are designers? Nice. What about engineers? Marketers? What else? Product managers? Everyone else? Awesome. I'm pretty sure everyone come here because you guys care about design. So my name is Chen Jiang. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Monterey AI. Today, I wanted to really introduce a bit about myself, a little bit more about like how I navigate this kind of ML and AI space with like product insights, but at the same time show you how every designer and every engineer, everyone in the world can use our platform to drive product insights from customer conversations. And the most important thing I want you all to take away is like, I want you guys to feel really good about driving the next revolution of user interface. And most importantly, designers are really at the forefront of not only redefining user interface, but also the AI experience. A little bit of introduction about myself. In 2000, I graduated from college with a degree in both design and computer science. Joined Uber at 2017, started working on design, product design for autonomous driving. Back then, in the Silicon Valley, there were like 5 people in total who's like designing how the human interaction should be with autonomous vehicles. It was like really fun journey for me to figure out like, hey, what is the best way to visualize cars for developers, for users, for riders, for operators in all different ways to maximize their productivity. In 2019, I joined a company back then was like really small called Scale AI, and now it's like really powering the next generation of all the AI products by providing them their data labeling infra. Back then, we were facing the same problem. Okay, now the AI need a really good data set. How do we create the best interface for everyone to provide this kind of human in-the-loop interactions to help us like build better models? I left Scale around 2020 and joined a small company called Unfolded AI, was head of a product there. We were doing this kind of like large geospatial analytics, but driven by like AI. So that was another really fun challenge for me to understand like, hey, what is the best way to visualize big set of data, but also empowering everyone to use their like own model, to their like own comparison and all of that. So for me, there's always this like very strong connection between machine intelligence and human intelligence, product intelligence, sorry. I don't think many people talk about that, but for me, it's always very clear. Machine intelligence is about like we finding all the data, we're finding out all the algorithm, and trying to come up with like models to serve human needs. At the same time, it's the same for product intelligence, and this is why designers are really good at driving the user needs, collecting the feedback, and then helping like create the best product design. For the past decades, there have been a lot of analytic tools focusing on really aggregating user behaviors, allowing you to understand like, hey, what buttons are you clicking? What does the user funnel look like? But there haven't been a really good way to understand all user voices coming out from your support tickets, from your social media, from your sales transcripts, from your survey, from other review sites. Not until LLM come out. And that was the moment for me to realize, oh my God, now we have this like really awesome tool to synthesizing all the text and user voices. Everyone was like pretty surprised, like I working on a product insights platform other than like using AI to generate all like different like models or generate like all the design. But for me, the real power of LLM is to understand the context, understand the user voices, and making data analytics, making user insights analytics really easy for everyone. So we started building this company about 1.5 years ago, and really lucky to serving companies that are very community-driven, product-driven, are really pioneers in this space, but also companies in like Fortune 100 who care about digital transformation, who care about how to leverage user voices to make their service and product better. And today, I really wanted to help you guys to share a little bit about like how to use voice of a customer to drive like a product design or product decisions in general. So with this tool, when you go back to the work, you pretty much have this like awesome framework, but also tool to either fight with your PM or fight with anyone who prioritize ideas over product feedback, but really helping the whole company to leverage this kind of customer intuition together. Voice of the customer, this concept is like not very new, but very new in the tech industry. It has been there since probably like 1980 or 1985, serving a lot of like e-commerce or like food brands industries. It's always about like 4 different very simple steps. One is aggregate, second is triage, analyze, and interview. I'm not sure how many of you are reading about like all the social reviews or support tickets or sales transcript about your product or company every day, but it's like just impossible for humans to read through it and then also to triage and to screenshot and to share. When I was at Uber in 2017, I yelled at my manager. I'm like, this is too manual. This is too manual to do aggregation of the data pieces, but also very manual to like draw all the UI design just by hands. And now it's really exciting to see everyone building AI solutions to solve all these like pain points. So the first thing we help companies to do is to help them understand, hey, where do you see data come from? We build this awesome integrations to have you to do like one click and to start getting the data from your Discord, from your Apple Store review, from your support tickets, from your Salesforce, Zendesk, and bring all the data together and make Monterey AI the single source of truth of user conversation and feedback for everyone in the product team. The second thing we do is triage. Taking our customer Xfinity example, it's funny, every time I present this use case, everyone would be like, does Comcast really need to know what they need to work on or what are people's like complaining about them? But actually, yes, they do. They have like a really long list of product lines and a lot of product teams taking care of different pieces of the product. And then one of the biggest pain point for ICs to start really working on the product feedback is because it's really hard to find the relevant feedback for your team. So for example, they have like Xfinity Stream, they have like Xfinity Mobile, but how do we really making sure the right data is triaged to the right person doing keyword extractions? That is not enough at all. Keyword extraction is great, but is it really helpful if you know, hey, there are like 20 people talking about user interface? No, that is not actionable at all, and sometimes it creates like noise. So we built this like really good self-serve triage model that everyone from the company can jump into our platform saying like, hey, I care about all these initiatives. I care about all these project areas. For me, each project area has this definition and then this 1 or 2 examples to support the definition. And then we spin off this like triage model for you to use every day, and then we will triage the right data at real time to the right person. And the third thing is like analyze. This is a really great way. I'm not sure how many of all other stakeholders together trying to decide whether you prioritize the right product design or product decisions. But with Monterey AI, it's really easy to, what are some bug reports? What is the trend? What is the new cluster? What is the new trend coming to mind that should like have us to focus on? And then at the same time, of course, we have a chat and search interface because everyone loves chat these days. So we launched this like Ask Monty functionality about last year, and to really giving you the ChatGPT experience like to do like data analytics. But instead of just letting LLM to hallucinate whatever they want to say, we merged that with a really good hybrid search. So what I mean here is if the product designer coming here saying like, hey, please tell me all the user feedback about the billing experience of Ladder for you to confirm first before we start getting the summary started in the market right now is like they don't really communicate clearly with the users what is real, what is consists a lot of high-stake insights. And then we wanted to make sure humans are always the pilot in these conversations, in this analytics, are always the one telling our model like, hey, you are doing a great job, let's continue to the next step. Or please let us just to gather the data again until we are satisfied with the accuracy. The next step is like interview. Every company I've worked at, user researchers, I'm not sure if there are like any user researchers here, but researchers are always very just like short of resources. And it takes about every product manager probably a couple weeks to ask for like a resource and get like the project planned out. And then after several months, you already moved on the next like a product idea or decision. And the other pain point is it's really hard to get users to respond to you unless you pay them with like Amazon card. And then one of the biggest pain point is actually you are not asking them the question or the feedback that they care about. So for example, there might be some users have always complained about the payment experience, but you ask them about like, hey, can you give me some feedback on sign up? So that is just like a mismatch of interest between the question and the people that you should ask questions for. So with Monterey AI, we launched this like new functionality last month to help you gather all the target users based on their historical data, but also based on the question you want to ask. And coming up with this chatbot interaction to do a survey. We call it like semi-moderated, because all the questions are pre-structured, but we are allowing the bot to press a little bit to let the person who are getting interviewed to give you more detailed responses. That was a really quick summary of what we're doing at Monterey AI. And I'm super excited for everyone to check it out. The second point I wanted to make this talk a little bit lightweight is really about hyping all the designer stuff. You guys are on the best time to design the AI experiences. One good example I really like giving is like designing AI experiences is not only about the interface, it's also about how you design the trust, how you design the tone of the chatbots, but at the same time, like how do you really communicate with your users about what AI could change in their workflow? How do you like empower them to be paired with the best product insights knowledge or engineering knowledge or designer area knowledge? I know there are a lot of talks coming from talking about AI co-pilot, pilot, agent, or whatever that is. But for me, the best thing about AI to do is not only to taking away all the painful work you have to do, but also become an AI advisor to helping folks who didn't have the time to learn more about design or engineering or data analytics to be equipped with the knowledge right away. So, and also, where should AI live? We see this hype in Silicon Valley about self-driving, about there was self-flying plane a lot of years ago, and now and there was also this autonomous delivery bot. AI is everywhere, but where should AI really live? This is also a great question for designers to figure out, because designers have the best empathy, have the best taste in daily life, learning about what users really need, and press really hard and to sparkle the creativity on top of user needs. So that's it. I hope this is short presentation bring you some of my thoughts among product insights, but also design on interface, design on AI experience, and then definitely check us out at Monterey.ai. Ping me if you have questions. I champion for design every single day, and super excited to meet everyone, see everyone on our platform. Thank you.
Everything
we can have a Q&A follow-up with Chun over here at the high top table to stage right. So see Chun over there for questions on Monterey AI and her presentation. We'll get started with the next presenter in about 6 minutes. Anyone who's newly arrived, just take a look at aiuserconference.com. If you want to see the schedule and the most up-to-date agenda, that's the spot to find it. You can sort by main stage, which is here, workshops 1, 2, and 3. Workshops 1 and 2 are for Pro Pass holders. Workshop 3 is over here, and that's available to everyone. Next up in the workshop room is Canva. That's in about 45 minutes. Meredith Hassett will be hosting a workshop at 3, Adobe at 4, and at 5 o'clock, we'll have Pika. So quite a few workshops in workshop 3. And that's that. What else? After party on Wednesday, 8 o'clock here. Pro Pass holders, you have a ticket to the after party after dinner. Come at 8 o'clock. I think that's it. We'll welcome our next speaker in about 4 minutes. See you soon.
Before you know it, if you never
I'm clicking here. Back force.
And then where's the video?
Yeah, you just click one more time.
So here, let's get to your intro slide and then. Good afternoon, everyone. Please help me welcome Sophia Schvetz, CEO and co-founder of Let's Enhance and Clade. Let's give Sophia a round of applause.
Hi, guys. It's great to be here. How are you doing? It's been a busy day with a lot of demos. So hopefully I can give you a little bit different perspective of image generation and image generation possibilities. So before I start, I just wanted to ask you, because I thought the previous speaker did it and I didn't see the result. How many designers are here? Oh, wow, okay. How many marketers are here? Okay, quite a few, and everybody else. So how many times do you use AI tools in your workflow? Who uses AI tools at least every other day? Wow, that's impressive. So today I'm going to be talking about a little bit different approach for AI generation, the AI generation for specific products and brands. That's what we've been focusing for the last 3 years here at Clade, and would like to give you some quick and practical demos that you can try it after the presentation. So before we start, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Sophie, I'm the CEO of Let's Enhance. We're a deep tech company, and we are focusing on building vertical AI tools. We've been doing it for more than 5 years, and currently we have 2 tools. Let's Enhance, and it's an upscaler tool, and a Clade AI, the one I will be demoing today. Before starting this company, I was working at Google. I was working with Techstars, mostly focusing on marketing technologies, working with big e-commerce brands, ads. So all my work after that was focusing on like how we can apply new tech for mostly these verticals. So a little bit about Let's Enhance. We've been working with generative AI for the last almost 6 years. We started our first tool back in 2018 when we launched the first application that can improve photo quality. Since then, we processed more than 200 million of images with AI, learned a lot of things what work, what doesn't work, applications, and we have a research team, so we ourselves training models from scratch and using them in the live workflow. So we work with all kinds of big and small customers. You can see some of them on the slide, and definitely working with a lot of smaller brands as well, and individual creatives as well. So before I start, I wanted to see that photography is evolving in a tremendous pace. The photography era, as we know it, started back to 1975 when Steve Sasson invented the first digital camera. At that time, he was working at Kodak, the whole photography era with hardware, device do you have, and we've been knowing, and it's still going for the last 40 years. 2015, when the photography to iPhone 11 presentation, whatever shot you take, they take actually 10 simultaneously. It kind of started the era of the to software and how good these algorithms are. And the last 2 years, we're all about how we as creatives can produce new results using the best and the most powerful tool that we have, which is natural language, which words. We don't have any limitations. It's all in Photography 3.0 by building the AI product photography studio that can take the shot, clean the background, fix light, do all this post-processing, post-editing, and then take it to the next level to create new results and new visuals, basically for your products, for your brands, and new applications. So the key difference with what we are doing at Clade with other image generations, some of them you've seen today, that most of the image generations are focusing on 0 to 1 case. You have the prompt, you have the image, and they're all trained to get the style out of your prompt as the max as you can. We focus on the geometry of that product, what kind of category is this, and we generate around the product, blending, focus on light, shadows, transparency, and all other adjustments to get to the best and photorealistic results. So let's get a little bit practical, and I will show you a few ways how you can, using Clade, generate product shots for the brands that you use or objects that you work with. So we always start by uploading an image. That's a simple step. If you have a transparent PNGs or original files, that's the best. We love it. We will get you the best quality. If not, we will always remove the background to clean it up from the previous background. And we can create visuals in 3 main ways. First by prompts, then by templates, and we can also reuse the backgrounds that you love, so you can create new visuals with them. So the first one is prompt description. Prompt description is hard because prompt description differs by any AI tool, and every AI tool responds differently for the prompts. There is a different other generators if you really want to stand out in product photography. This is the golden formula, and it's super simple. You start with the product, then you have a placement on the grass, on the table, kitchen counter, on sand beach. Then you describe the backgrounds. Very, very important is the general vibe. If you don't have a general vibe, you will get more boring images. Like, these systems are really, really responsive to like sunny days, emotions, and that gives like the best prompts that create the best backgrounds. There is some tricks also to add some keywords like award-winning photography, 8K. You can try it all. I haven't seen huge prompt as well, but the core is product placement, background, and vibe. And this is how it works for the product that we generated. I was using some of the mock-up products that we have, and I was trying to generate the opinions about giving a little bit more control to the scenes. And while we're working with a bigger brand, we need to make sure that we have more control and we can produce more complex scenes. So that's how we created the templates. It's the possibility to reuse real or generated photos as a reference to make sure that, we can really, really control the scene. So we start with image, then we can upload some background as a reference, and our AI will copy the geometry of that product, and you can place it on some round table or pedestal, and it will work. And then we can customize it. We can specify the color, like I want this scene to be light gray or dark blue, and we can add additional details with the prompt. So in this case, we have 3 inputs to the system: product placement and the scene, color, and the prompt. And we got like much more consistent, closer to that original visual, which a lot of actually brand approves, because we make sure that nothing pop-ups there, no logos, no artistic styles. It all depends on the reference. So let me show you how it works. Okay. I was I was worried if we don't have live. Yeah, but first we always start with uploading the product. We place it on the kitchen counter. I was using the real photo from Shutterstock as a reference. Then we place the product on the scene, get a little bit of detailing, color, prompt, and we can use the best option that we like. And after that, we always generate in square ratio, as many other generators, but we can regenerate for Instagram, for website, for any ratio that you need. And the last and not the least, it's a frequent question like, Sophie, but what if I have the background that I really like, or I had this library of these backgrounds, can I use them? And the quick answer is yes. We also build the possibility to reuse background, and it works in absolutely simple way. We take the product, we take the background, and in order to make it less fake and just more pasted, you just paste the product in the background, and we just generate a little bit of shadow and light. So you can still use the background that you like and make sure that the product is blending in realistically. So for the sake of demo, I will be using the image that I generated by Midjourney. And yeah, let's see. Yeah, you can upload the image to our composition tool. Select the image that you generated, resize the product, move it, place it when you want it to be, and just click Generate. And we will just be generating a little bit of reflection shadows to make sure that product doesn't feel pasted. Nothing will be changed in your scene, so you can still use it as you like and for all the products that you like. And it's approved by the brand agency if you work for some brands that are very, very specific with their requirements. Definitely, we are still in the early days, and we are still working on giving more controls to designers and artists about the generated scene. So this is some of the features that are coming next. We are working on in painting, ability to upload multiple products, light control, and very frequent requests, fine-tuning on styles. So guys, if it's something relevant for you, we are always looking for beta testers. If you would like to beta test our new features, we can give them an access. Once they get live, please just leave your contact details. I will message you and we'll give you an access once we have new features available. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Questions for Sophia momentarily. So any follow-up on Let's Enhance and Clade AI. We're doing Q&A off stage if you haven't noticed, so please follow up. Our next speaker is on in about 10 minutes, so we'll begin shortly. In the meantime, another announcement I can make is at 3 o'clock, Canva will present a workshop in Workshop Room 3. So keep an eye out for that. Adobe will do the same at 4. And at 5 o'clock, we'll have Pika. So that's the Workshop 3 itinerary. If you're curious about what's coming up, just check AIuserconference.com, sort the agenda, check out Main Stage, Workshop 3, downstairs, ProPass, Workshops 1 and 2. And tomorrow night, after dinner at 8 o'clock, if you're a ProPass holder, we are going to have the after party here at the Hibernia. It's hosted by us and sponsored by AI Alliance. So thank you very much, AI Alliance. We'll see you in about 9 minutes with our next speaker, Anna Veronica.
In the park. Then later, when it's dark, we go home. Just a perfect day. Feed animals in the zoo. Then later, a movie too. and we go home. Oh, just a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. Oh yeah. Just a perfect day. Problems all left alone. Weekends on our own. It's such fun. Just a perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought I was someone else, even someone good. Just a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. Yeah, you just keep me hanging on. Hey, hey. You're gonna reap just what you sow, don't you know? Hey, hey. You're gonna reap just what you sow. Hey, hey, don't you know? Oh, you're gonna reap just what you sow. Glad to know that. Hey, you're gonna reap just what you sow. Don't you know? So long, baby, so long. You're gonna reap just what you sow.
Casio, playing on my heart just like a Casio, breaking it apart so you can let it go. Oh, wait another year, that's not original. I'm cynical, alright, let's go now.
When all your dreams are gone and you're still holding on, you waited for too long. I know, you know the song.
Play it cool, I just want the keys back to my vehicle. They're just gonna tell you that I wasn't real. And I just wanna tell you this is how I feel. I know you feel, I know you feel it.
When all your dreams are gone and you're still holding on, you waited for too long. I know, you know the song.
Casio, playing on my heart just like a Casio, breaking it apart so you can let it go. We another year, that's not original. Cynical, alright, let's go now.
When all your dreams are gone and you're still holding on, you waited for too long. I know, you know the song. When all your dreams are gone and you're still holding on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone's still awake? Had a lot to do today. There's still more ahead. Just a quick announcement before I introduce our next speaker. It's about 2:50 right now. At 3 o'clock, that's 10 minutes, Canva will begin their workshop in workshop room 3, which is right here. That's 3 o'clock. Meredith Hassett will be hosting a workshop for you guys. Check it out. 4 o'clock, Adobe will do the same, Pika at 5. Without further delay, I would like to introduce our next speaker. We're very lucky to have Anna Veronica Doragush joining us all the way from the UK. Anna flew all the way out here for us. We really appreciate it. Anna Veronica is the CEO of Recraft. So please help me welcome Anna Veronica.
Can I have a clicker? Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Anna Veronica, and I'm the founder and CEO of Recraft. And yeah, thanks everyone for being at this talk. I'm actually very excited to talk to you today because just last week we had a huge release, and you will be one of the first people to know about the new technology that we have built for you. So it's a very exciting moment. Now, before speaking about the future, let's speak a little bit about the past. Not a long time ago, but 2023. Right now, it is possible to generate beautiful images from text. It seems like image generation is everywhere. People are generating portraits. They are generating things like they are generating logotypes. A lot of stuff. Product photography has changed. You can just have a photo of the product and replace background with a sky or with a magical forest. But is it enough for professional design use cases? And the true answer is no, it's not enough. So having this, why is it not enough? Let's take a look at brands. Now, what brands need to do, brands have a voice, and they are speaking to their users with words and with visual graphics. And the visual graphics needs to translate the idea of the company. It needs to translate the voice, and to do that, you need some visually consistent imagery. So there are some requirements to create and grow a brand, which is the imagery needs to be consistent, and it needs to be very high quality. Brands do not compromise. If you are a high quality brand, you would not agree to have a person with 6 fingers or with an extra leg. So you really need high quality imagery. Now, starting from this slide, all the images that you will see, they are generated with Recraft. Now, having those things in mind, we have built a model that does solve those things. So it has 3 major advantages. 1, very high quality generation. 2, visual consistency. So it is possible to generate image sets, icon sets, sets of illustrations in the same style. And 3, there is a lot of options how you can control generation and how you can iterate on it to get to the perfect result. Now, the first and the biggest thing we did for that, we trained our own model. Our model has 20 billion parameters, which is order of magnitude larger than Stable Diffusion XL, and it's much more powerful. With this model, it's possible to generate humans with correct number of fingers, to generate figures of football players or ballet dancers, which will be anatomically correct. So it's a very, very powerful model, but that's one thing. Another thing, it can generate visually consistent images and sets of images. Now let me show you a couple of illustrations that are generated with Recraft. A nice thing about Recraft is that you do not prompt engineer styles. You do not need to prompt engineer the styles. What you do, you either select an existing style from a large library of styles that are carefully selected for professional use cases, or you just create your own style from a single image. Now, those images have very, very simple prompts. This one is a busy street people. This is a ramen. This is manufacturing in the UK. This is a tour guide in a hat. So it's possible to generate illustration, photography, icons, everything. It's also possible to generate vector art. So this image is a group of office workers sleeping on the couch, and it's a vector image. So it's infinitely resizable, it can be easily recolored, and the vector is very high quality. It has a small number of points, has gradients, everything. So now, told you that, now let me explain you how we can help with some real scenarios. First, branding, which is creating a brand or growing a brand. It is possible to create your own style for your brand and generate new images, as many as you want, in this specific style. Let's say your Notion. So what you do, you create a Notion style of illustration, and you just explain like what do you want to see, and you create new images in this particular style. And it happens momentarily. So you just upload an image, and you have your style. You generate new images. Now, the next, as I said, it's very important to have high-quality images, and you do not always get to the perfect result from the first try. So for that reason, we've built a lot of tools that help you iterate. I'll show you like small number of them, like a couple of them. One, controlling level of details. When you are generating an image in Recraft, it is possible to set up different controls, a part of just text description. You can set level of details from a range of values, from low level of details to very high level of details. You can also set controls like similarity. If you have generated an image, it's not yet perfect. You can iterate on it by generating images that are similar to this particular one. Another thing that you can do, you can remix styles. So let's say you're a brand and you have some new product, which you do want to have very similar style to your brand guideline, but you want it to be a little bit specific, like to have something interesting in it. What you can do, you can play with your style, you can mix it with some other styles to get something new and unique. So this is remixing styles. And it all works simultaneously. You just, like, it's 2 clicks mixing the styles. That was branding. The next thing you can do, you can solve some tasks in product design. In product design, you need icons. Now, what you can do in Recraft, you can generate sets of icons, as many icons as you want. You can upload your icon style, or you can use one of the styles that we provide in the library. You upload the brand colors, and you get the icons in those specific brand colors. Now, all the icons, as well as a lot of illustration styles, they are vector. So you can download them as SVG files, which is useful. For people who like animations, it's also possible to download any vector art in the format of Lottie animations. So you can also just generate animations in Recraft. If you are working with icons or with illustration sets, it's useful to organize your workspace. So when working with Recraft, you have this infinite canvas where you can organize the things you're working on the way you like to have your workspace, not only with images and image sets, but you can also add things like frames, text, everything that you need for your design process. That was product design. Next thing that we can help you solve is social media marketing. Now, how do you do that? If you do social media for a brand, for example, the brand might have brand colors. And here on this slide you can see some photography that is generated with brand colors. You can also generate illustration in brand colors. So those are some examples. As I said, we also have a whole library of carefully curated styles that you can use. So what you do is you can add a color palette that, as you see here, is like different tones of violet. And you can generate illustrations using this color palette in different curated styles. As I said, it's not only possible to generate things, it's also possible to iterate on them. I've shown you some ways to iterate. In other ways to iterate are changing the existing image. We have this lasso instrument. That is an armchair. So let's say I don't want an arm here. You can use a lasso and like have a new chair without the arm. What you can do next for social media marketing, you can build frames. So you can build a frame with text and get a social media post. So this is how we can help social media marketing. Now, we, just to reiterate the most special things about us, we have very high quality, we are generating very high quality imagery. We are generating it we have visual consistency, so you can generate sets of illustrations, icons, or whatever you need. And there is a lot of ways to iterate. With that, thank you very much for listening. I would highly appreciate any feedback, if you have it, that please reach out to me like here personally on LinkedIn, or just write us an email. We love feedback, and we love to improve the tool for you. Thank you very much.
Sometimes I'm tired and I wonder what's so all-fired important about being someplace at some time. Whoa, but I don't really mind.
Okay, if you have any questions for Anna Veronica, please follow up with Anna Veronica just over here. Q&A is off stage, so she's available right there, so go see her. And we'll start the next talk in about 12 minutes. Thanks a lot.
Well, it's true what they say. If you want to feel complete, don't you know that you got to take the bitter with the sweet? A friend of mine once told me, and I know he knows all about feeling down. He said everything good in life you got to pay for. But feeling good is what you're paving the way for. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. So don't let it get you down, my friend. Though it seems the blues will never end. On this you can depend. They always do. And I can tell you that it's true. It's a feeling that can't be beat, and you got to do it. You got to take the bitter with the sweet. You got to take the bitter with the sweet. You got to take the bitter with the sweet. The bitter with the sweet, sweet, sweet. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, you know we'll never have a break. When I get nothing but you to hold so tight. Something inside me says you're gonna make it alright. Two trees coming from the same soul, the same seeds. I love the way you sway through the same breeze. Just two trees, two trees, two trees, two trees, coming from the same soul, the same seeds. I love the way you sway through the same breeze. Just two trees, two trees. The weather is time, no, we can't go wrong. You know we'll never fall, cause this route's too long. Just in beside me, oh, we gonna grow so high. Together rising, go way up into the sky. Oh yeah, two trees, coming from the same soul, the same seeds. I love the way you sway through the same breeze. Just two trees, two trees, two trees, two trees, coming from the same soul, the same seeds. I love the way you sway through the same breeze. Just two trees, two trees. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Two trees, coming from the same soul, the same seeds. I love the way you sway through the same breeze. Just two trees, two trees, two trees, two trees, coming from the same soul, the same seeds. I love the way you sway through the same breeze. Just two trees, two trees.
Walk with me, my soulless friends. You are what I need, you always been. Maybe I know, but I won't dissolve. Something sweet, something soft. Sometimes when I live it up in time, what I feel, what I see, I know that it ends. That it ends. Walk with me, my soulless friend. You are what I need, instruments. Maybe I know, but I don't recall why I'm weak, you so strong. Sometimes when I give it up
I know, I know, I know that it ends, that it ends, that it ends. She said, be honest with how you feel. I said, that's easier said than done. I said, don't worry about the future. She said, that's easier said than done. Well, it is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy, no. She said, just show me this love is real. I said, that's easier said than done. I said, just trust the way you feel. She said, that's easier said than done. Well, it is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy, no. True love, it's worth it in the end. Yes, it is. True love, it's worth it in the end. Yes, it is. True love, it's worth it in the end. It's worth it, darling. True love, it's worth it in the end. Ooh, it's easier said than done. Ooh, it's easier said than done. Well, it is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy, no. No, no. True love, it ain't easy. True love, it ain't easy. It ain't easy.
Good afternoon. Everyone still awake? That's a yes, right? I'd like to introduce our next speaker. If you could help me welcome Joe Burfitt. Joe is the founder and CEO of Modify. Joe has traveled from out of town to be here. Could everyone just say, hey, Joe, for me? Hey, Joe. Come on. Stay awake. Here's Joe.
Hi, I'm Joe Burfitt, founder and CEO of Modify. I don't know where the little controller is. There we go. Modify is a design platform for multidisciplinary designers for the creative professional. So we're targeting the highest end of the design platform. I wrote this to speak about today, which is empowering creativity, navigating the intersection of human, creative, and AI intersection. I think I wrote this at like 2 o'clock in the morning when I got the email from Jackson, so don't really know what I was meaning by that, but like, it's really about how do we have creative collaboration as a partner going forwards. Like, last year we heard a lot of kind of conversations about AI was going to take jobs. Like, it's going to remove things. It's going to reduce the amount of things that we have to do. I just don't believe that is the case. I actually think it's going to empower creatives to do more, faster, and experiment and ideate much, much quicker than they've ever been able to do before. How do we have AI as that collaborator? If you think about creativity, if you're working in a company right now, you talk to other people, you collaborate on a daily basis. Creativity is not an individual thing that you work on. Like, you work in a team, it's a team sport. So why can't AI be that part of that team sport? We've been using background remove, we've been using Magic Wand and many other generative AI for a long period of time now. Why can pixel manipulation